And thank you to all our dear participants who are with us today for our third day of this sub-regional preparatory meeting for the APFSD next year. It is great to welcome you to this session 4, which is sub-regional and national progress reporting on the SDGs, advice and lessons from the region in the context of the continuing COVID-19 crisis. We will have a great and dense program for the next 2 hours. I know that there is a slide that is something on housekeeping that we would like to either show you or present you. Here it is. I can guide you through the slide. Please rename your login with your name and institution. This will really help the organizer to understand who's speaking while you might be raising your hand or wanted to make an intervention. And then feel free to write question in the chat box or use a virtual hand to raise your question. It would be great to get also a record from your question, so please feel free to do it in the chat. As a courtesy, we're asking you to mute yourself unless you're talking. You can keep your video on. You can turn your video on if you're a speaker or a panelist. I hope this is clear, should work. And without further ado, we will have a video now of our keynote remarks from His Excellency Mr. Vu Hai Ha, who is the Chairman of Foreign Relations, Vietnam National Assembly. So I kindly ask the team to start the video of His Excellency.
Participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to deliver a keynote in this session of the 5th Southeast Asia Multi-Stakeholder Forum. The topic about the role and the engagement of parliaments as well as parliamentarians in the roadmap to attain the SDGs is particularly interesting, since I think it has not been sufficiently addressed. This should also be brought under the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is creating further severe impediment for the prospect of attaining the goal by 2030. A recent UN ESCAP report, Asia and the Pacific SDGs progress, had even sounded an alarm that the region is not on track to achieve any of the 17 SDGs by 2030. Therefore, this is urgent now that the implementation progress of the 2030 agenda be accelerated, in which, from the experience of Vietnam, we find parliaments and parliamentarians play a very important role, and the voluntary national review is an essential tool. As for the VNR, it shows us where countries stand in SDGs, allowing and enabling countries to boost the implementation through identifying gaps, sharing experience, good practices, and mobilizing resources. It is not obligatory, but doing at least 2 VNR during the 15 years period of implementing the SDGs is highly recommended. Countries should also consider VNR as a tool for reviewing national policies in assessing the SDGs implementation. Vietnam nationalized the SDGs into a national action plan in May 2017. Since then, national report on the implementation are being issued annually. In 2018, Vietnam presented the first VNR at the high-level political forum on sustainable development, which evaluated initial achievements, analyzed policy gaps and potential challenges, as well as proposed recommendations for further implementation. The reports have been highly valued by the international community. It was prepared on the basis of intensive and extensive consultation and constructive participation of many stakeholders, including the National Assembly, ministries, and related agencies, organizations, such as the Women's Union, Youth Union, UN agencies, and development partners in Vietnam. local and international NGOs, the business community, research institutes, and individual scientists. In Vietnam, the Ministry of Planning and Investment is assigned to be the focal agencies for the 2030 Agenda. An intersectoral SDG working group has been set up and tasked with developing a reporting framework. Relevant ministries and sectoral agencies are tasked with submitting their SDGs report, while other above-mentioned partners and stakeholders are invited to provide inputs and comments. Altogether, toward drafting Vietnam's SDG annual report, as well as the first VNR in such a multilateral collaboration manners, with the role of the supreme oversight bodies. So far, the National Assembly of Vietnam has participated in the first VNR presentation by providing comments and opinions to its draft and final version. All committees of the National Assembly has been consulted and parliamentarians have participated through their constituency delegation. In the context of more difficulties and challenges are being identified in the roadmap of SDGs implementation, and as Vietnam is preparing for the second VNR in the 2023, we set out a more ambitious plan for the National Assembly in the VNR preparation and promoting SDGs progress as follows. First, given the supervision role of the National Assembly, the National Assembly should be engaged in every stage of the VNR preparation. Second, the National Assembly should set up a mechanism for annual supervision of the SDGs implementation progress by various means, including hearings, meetings, and field trips. Third, the National Assembly, the government, relevant ministries and agencies, as well as other partners and stakeholders, should maintain a proper channel for regular sharing updated data, comments, insights, and inputs, especially during the VNR drafting. Fourth, the National Assembly deputies should be able to monitor the implementation of SDGs properly and regularly, which could perhaps be enabled by being equipped with effective tools for the assessment of the implementation. And fifth, when the VNR draft is completed, to ensure the quality of the report, and through consultation and debate on the draft should be allowed for a wider scope of deputies and various organs of the National Assembly as well as experts. It is here we think the collaboration with the IPU and expert organizations like ESCAP is particularly helpful. At this session, I would like you to share and further discuss on the role of the parliaments and parliamentarians in the VNR process, as well as the enabling and promoting SDGs implementations. Several questions that I think we could ask ourselves, including: one, at what stage should the parliament and get involved in the VNR preparation? Two, is there a legal framework or common practice in your country that allow the public to provide their inputs, recommendations for the VNR? Three, how should we further localize and apply the IPU self-assessment toolkit for parliamentarians to effectively monitor the SDGs implementation process? Once again, I would like to express my thanks to the organizer for inviting me to speak at this session, and I wish the discussion will be fruitful for everyone. Thank you for your attention.
We thank His Excellency for its valuable remarks. I think it's a very good way to start our session today with a voice from one of the stakeholders who can really play an important role in our VNRs to come. And it is my pleasure now to pass the moderation of this session to Caitlin Porter, who is the VNR Senior Advisor here at ESCAP. and good luck for the session, and I'll see you later. Over to you, Caitlin.
Thanks, Ricardo. Good morning and a warm welcome to so many of you. It's fantastic to have you all here this morning, and I think it's really exciting to know all the expertise and lessons and knowledge that we have among the team today. I'm going to go over with you very briefly the program for this morning's session. So if my team could kindly share the PowerPoint presentation, I'm just going to go over with you what we're going to try to achieve today. So as you know, this session is about the voluntary national review. And a number of countries in this group today have presented their voluntary national review this year for their first or second time. And there's a lot, or even the third time, and there's an incredible amount of expertise. But we also have many countries that are in between their VNR years, and we want to hear from them as well. So this session is really about understanding and sharing expertise amongst each other, as you guys are the experts from the ones that have been presenting, particularly this year in times of COVID. And we are very lucky to have the Philippines here and the Undersecretary here today. And the part one of this session is about twinning, as we call it, which is about connecting countries that have presented their VNR with countries that are in the process of presenting their voluntary national review. So part one, we'll be hearing from speakers from the Philippines, from government, but also from different actors that I will kindly introduce, to hear what questions they have from countries that have just presented this year. What advice and tips would they like to hear from other countries that have just presented? And also to hear an update on where the Philippines are in presenting their VNR for next year. They're the only country within the Southeast Asia region that is actually presenting their VNR next year, because we had so many from this year. Whereas the second part of today's session will really be looking at the impact of the voluntary national review. What has changed as a result of doing these VNRs? What are the lessons from countries that are currently taking stock of their process? So we're really excited to have that. We have two key moderators of the sessions. This morning for part one, we have Mr. Roy Trivedi, who is the UN Resident Coordinator for Timor-Leste, and he will be moderating part one. And then for the second part, we have the Resident Coordinator, Karima Mukori, who's the Resident Coordinator for the UN for Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam and Singapore. If I could have the next slide. So for session one, this is a twinning panel, and we have Philippines at the centre with stakeholders from the government, from supreme audit institutions, from the private sector and from civil society from the Philippines. They will be presenting their questions to the VNR countries from this year. We'll be hearing from the government of Indonesia and the supreme audit institutions from Indonesia. We'll be hearing from the government from Lao PDR. From Malaysia, we'll be hearing from local authorities, civil society, and from the government. And from Malaysia, we'll be hearing from the government of Thailand, as well as the private sector from Thailand. So it's an opportunity. We really wanted to learn from other stakeholders. We want to hear about the experience of governments presenting their VNRs this year, but increasingly, as more and more countries are doing their second and third VNR, their stakeholder engagement is much more deeper and more meaningful, even within the challenges of COVID. So we wanted to make sure we are sharing lessons from multiple stakeholders. And then for the second slide, I'd like to show you, these are the kind speakers that we have today from the Philippines. And my colleague Roy Trivedi will be introducing them shortly. But it was just to show what great expertise. We are very lucky to have all these key speakers with us today. And then for the next for part two of this session, on the next slide, I would like to show you what we are doing, the countries that we'll be having for the 2021 VNR countries, from Indonesia, from Lao PDR, from Malaysia and Thailand. These are the list of experts and people that have been doing their VNRs this year that would like to respond to the questions put to them by the Philippines. Then in part two of the session, on the next slide, we'll be listening to countries that have already presented their VNR maybe a couple of years ago to hear about the lessons that they have experienced and how their VNR implementation is going. And we have excellent speakers from Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Singapore, Timor-Leste and Vietnam. And we will have Ms. Karima, who will be introducing the speakers for part two. So I would now like to hand over to Mr. Roy Trivedi, who will be moderating this session. I'm very excited to have you all here, and I look forward to hearing what you all have to say. So thank you, Roy, and please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. You've set the scene perfectly for, I think, what is going to be a very, very exciting couple of hours. We're going to start, colleagues, as Caitlin mentioned, with the presentations from the Philippines. And I think it will be the Undersecretary, Rosemary Idelion, who heads the subcommittee on SDGs Secretariat as part of the National Economic and Development Authority of Philippines, to begin that. And then we will have the speakers from civil society, from the Chamber of Commerce, to colleagues from the Chamber of Commerce and the Supreme Audit institutions, to speakers from there. And then we will open up to the panels and have presentations from Indonesia, from Lao PDR, from Malaysia and Thailand. It's a great honor for me to be part of this, and I look forward to both listening to all of the presentations, but also sharing some of my own thoughts as we go along. Without further ado, let me hand over to Rosemary. Rosemary, over to you, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning. And thank you for inviting us to this event to share our experiences on the Voluntary National Review. As already mentioned, the Philippines has presented actually twice already our VNRs. So the first one was in 2016 and then in 2019, and the third reporting will be in next year, 2022. In the first VNR, we reported our experiences in integrating the Agenda 2030 into our national and sub-national development plans, translating the global targets into national SDG targets, in our efforts in capacitating sub-national governments in localizing the SDGs. In our second VNR, we presented the measures that we have undertaken to have a more robust foundation for the SDGs, where we advocated for a number of legislations to ensure financing and public investment programming for the SDGs. So like we have a law on the first 1,000 days act to ensure that there is proper nutrition given to the child and the mother actually during the first 1,000 days. The Expanded Maternity Leave Act, the 4-Piece Act, which is actually our biggest conditional cash transfer act. So we already made it into a law. The Green Jobs Act, just to name a few. And also we highlighted our collaboration with the private sector in ensuring that no one is left behind. I'm sorry? So the 2020 SDG report shows that the Philippines is actually on track in achieving goals 1 and 13, and then moderately improving on 5 goals, needing improvement on 8 more goals, and needing more information on the remaining 2. However, of course, come 2021 report, as expected, then the COVID pandemic clearly interrupted our progress in achieving the goals as we fight off the virus and keep our people alive and safe. Now, we have recently updated our national and sub-national development plans to enhance our response to the pandemic, identify strategies to mitigate the effects of the disruptions and recover the losses that were caused by this COVID-19 pandemic, and then, of course, transition to the new normal. Now, the Philippines is not the only nation that experienced the devastations of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are still fighting against it. But we would like to actually propose strategic collaboration and cooperation in the following areas. For SDG 2, 14, and 15, ensuring access to food and essential goods while maintaining biodiversity and food production. I think in other fora, I've already mentioned that there is a need to have a regional stockpiling of these food and essential goods. On SDG 3, ensuring vaccine equity and developing a common digital vaccination certificate. On SDG 4, open access to learning platforms, future-proofing educators, and equipping institutions, promoting mobility while ensuring the safety of students and workers. SDG 10, financing national development to reduce subnational development, to reduce disparities. SDG 13, advancing technology and addressing the financing gap in implementing the targets of the nationally determined contributions, and integrating protection from communicable diseases in disaster response. SDG 14 and 16, addressing maritime disputes and protecting our territorial waters. For the 2022 VNR, we hope actually that our preparations will redirect stakeholders to focus again on sustainable development as we transition to the new normal while ensuring a healthy and resilient society. Essentially, it is really about accelerating our efforts towards the SDG, but we need to renew and actually reinvigorate the buy-ins of our stakeholders. So let me proceed to my questions for the governments present in this session. Number one, so like the Philippines, you have presented your VNRs before, and I see that you are presenting again. So what benefits do you get by going through this VNR process? And the number two, during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, the focus of government and private sectors is really to control the transmission or at least reduce transmission risk and then reopen the economy. So how did your stakeholders react when you consulted them as part of the VNR process? How did you convince them that this is an equally important concern? Thank you very much, and I look forward to a fruitful exchange, dialogue with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. That is a fantastic presentation, actually. We're going to move straight on, colleagues, to civil society perspective, and I'm going to ask Ms. Victoria Raquiza from Social Watch Philippines, who is the Associate Professor at the National College of Public Administration and Governance, to give her perspective. Over to you, please, Victoria.
Thank you very much. Good morning to our distinguished guests and participants, and many thanks to you and ESCAP for inviting us, Social Watch Philippines, to this August forum. Just so you know, we're a network of about 100 civil society organizations spread out across the country. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the Philippines, like many other Southeast Asian countries, and has already mentioned by our dear Undersecretary, faced several formidable challenges in achieving many of the SDGs by 2030. With the COVID-19 onslaught, it has set us back even further as the pandemic revealed systemic weaknesses. For example, a hard-up healthcare system, precarious jobs for many, social protection measures, to name a few, which has been exacerbated by the crisis. Just this week, results of an international survey on COVID resilience ranking located many of our countries in this part of the world at the bottom of the list, while unsurprisingly, countries dominated at the top. We agree with the Philippine government's observation that one reason for this relative poor showing is vaccine inequality, raising questions about global commitments to the 2030 agenda of leaving no one behind. My country has submitted its VNR twice in the past, and in both times, the government has invited some CSOs to participate in its consultations. We were also members of a government-led interagency multi-sectoral body which, among others, monitored the status of the country's SDG-related programs. Unfortunately, the last time we were invited to participate in such a committee was about 3 or 4 years ago. Especially because of the pandemic, citizens' participation, particularly of the poor and socially excluded groups, in public policy making takes on a new urgency as studies show that development outcomes are more redistributive when this is the case. As such, we do hope that more participatory platforms for meaningful engagements are created and sustained. That said, we have consistently produced a CSO SDG report for over a decade now, and which we have previously presented to government and the UN system. Our last CSO report was produced in 2019, and I will put its electronic link in the chat box for everyone to access. In order to build back better for a more transformative future, participatory governance is indeed the key. Therefore, we would like to learn from our Malaysian CSO colleagues if they can possibly share one or two main lessons that could facilitate civil society's meaningful participation in the VNR process, particularly in the context of the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And that actually raises important points builds on Rosemary's points and talks about how do we continue to engage and expand that network and so on. Thank you very much, Victoria. Next, colleagues, we're going to go to the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Philippines, and we have two presenters. First, Ms. Alegria Dimjoko, who's the chairperson of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And then we will have a presentation from Mr. Joel Ryan Tugadi, who's the chairman of the Committee on UN Sustainable Development Goals. Over to you, Alegria, please.
Hi, good morning, Roy. Unfortunately, Ms. Limhoko will not be able to join us today, so I shall be speaking for the Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting the Philippine Chamber of Commerce to this event. We are privileged to be here and share with you our experiences about the SDGs and our experience also within the PCCI towards the achievement of the global goals. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry has just newly created the SDG Committee in 2020 in response to the need for a more active pursuit of the global goals in the country. Through the Business Leaders Caucus and the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation in promotion of the Kampala Principles, we have recently introduced health and skills interventions for the unemployed, employees on furlough, and the underemployed in one of the biggest regions in the country, covering 7 provinces. This project provides for free tuberculosis mass screening and upskilling for people and communities aligned with SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being, SDG 4, Quality Education, SDG 5, Gender Equality, and SDG 8, Decent Work and Economic Growth. We have also introduced measures to capacitate SMEs through partnerships with Huawei and Microsoft in order to help them digitize their transactions. With this, we intend to deepen the PCCI's role in ensuring that our members fully appreciate and realize the importance of the SDGs with meaningful impact on their lives. As we try to learn more from our Thai counterparts to better implement the global goals, we wish to ask, how did you persuade the private sector to participate and sustain their VNR participation? How did you convince them to shift from corporate social responsibility to the SDGs? And finally, what is your strategy in public-private sector cooperation to get support for the VNR? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. What a really exciting journey the Philippines is on. And it's fantastic to hear the role of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you for raising those questions. And colleagues, next we're going to move on to another part of the Philippines presentation, which is going to be from the Supreme Audit Commission. And first we're going to have Ms. Sofia Kimora, Director of the Commission on Audit, and she will be followed by Mr. Michael Rakelis, Director of Performance Audit Office of the Commission on Audit. Over to you, please. Sofia first.
Hello, good morning, everyone. We are privileged to be part of this momentous forum of the UN ESCAP. But, sir, I would like to first refer to my colleague, Director Michael Rakelis, who will be doing the presentation on a brief presentation about the Commission audit, and I will be following up the questions to our colleagues in the Audit Board of Indonesia. Thank you. Michael, over to you. Dr. Michael.
Thank you, Sophie. Good morning, everybody. The Commission on Audit, or COA, is the supreme audit institutions of the Republic of the Philippines. In line with its mandates and in support of the INTUSAI cross-cutting priority on SDGs, the Commission on Audit commits to contribute to the follow-up and review of the SDGs within the context of the Philippine government's sustainable development efforts. In 2019, the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA, pointed out that the results of our performance audit of preparedness for implementation of SDGs had allowed them to view the implementation of SDGs from a different perspective, and this could be used as inputs in the Philippine VNR. As we are now participating in another Intosai Development Initiative, Asian Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions program on cooperative audit on SDGs implementation, strong and resilient public health systems linked to SDG 3D, we will provide NEDA with results of this audit along with other concluded performance audits of programs linked to SDGs as possible inputs to the VNR. To add more value, we will endeavor to include in our audit plan the SDGs covered by the VNR in 2022 and in future VNRs wherein the Philippine government will be reporting. Sophia will provide our questions to our counterpart in SAI, Indonesia, BPK. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mike. So, so the participation of our colleagues, the Audit Board of the Indonesia, we would like to ask the following questions. In your participation or in your review of the 2021 VNR process formulation of the Republic of Indonesia. One is, may we know the processes undertaken and the involvement of the Audit Board or the BPK or the 2021 VNR process formulation given the existing COVID pandemic? And number two, it was reported as well that the Indonesia's VNR 2021 covered all the goals which are under review in 2021. That's the 9 goals, numbers 8, 12, 13, 2, 3, 1, 10, and 16, and 17, and its interlinkages. So we would like to know if did the Audit Board covered all these SDGs as reported in the 21 VNR of the Republic of Indonesia? Were all this reviewed by our colleagues in the Audit Board? And what were the key results and recommendations for improvement that they have formulated or put forward to the Republic of Indonesia relative to the VNR formulation process? And the last one would be, may we know what were the key challenges faced and lessons learned in the Audit Board's review engagement of the 2021 VNR processes formulation of the Republic of the Indonesia. And with that, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sophia and Michael, for those raising those very excellent questions, etc. I want to congratulate, before we move on to the panelists, I want to actually congratulate everybody from Philippines for what an excellent set of presentations, starting with Rosemary, coming on to Victoria, giving that civil society perspective, then also the Chamber of Commerce and the audit, or Supreme Audit Institution. Colleagues, now we're going to have the panelists. We're going to begin with Indonesia with 2 perspectives. First with Ms. Vivi Yulaswati, who's the Special Advisor to the Minister on Social Affairs and Poverty Reduction. And that will be followed by Mr. Agus Joko Paramono, who is the Vice Chairman of the Audit Board. Once we have the Indonesia perspective, we will come on to Lao, PDR, Malaysia, and Thailand, and I will introduce each of the colleagues accordingly. Let's go first to Indonesia. And Phoebe, over to you, please.
Thank you, Hermansu. Very good morning to distinguished speakers, panelists, and also the guests. In 2021, Indonesia has been the third timer country to report the VNR. It is based on the letter from the President of ECOSOC in October 2020. It took another 3 months to really have a kick-off for the VNR formulations with all stakeholders. So in the meeting led by the minister, we presented the VNR framework, which provide the interlinkages reforms needed to support the sustainable and resilient recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic for the achievement of the SDGs. So aligned with this theme of the VNR 2021, we have an opportunity to discuss with all the stakeholders about the reform we should have and also incorporated the SDGs principles into our reform, which include the health reform, social protection reform, disaster resilience, as well as recovery for our industry, tourism and investment toward more green economic supported by low carbon development. So as a benefit, I would point out that the first opportunity is that we have a momentum to discuss about the importance of applying the SDGs principles into the policy reforms and also discuss the emerging issues with all stakeholders. The second point that I want to make is about the data. The data was very critical because in many survey last year, it's been scaled down due to the pandemic situation, but it actually opened up the opportunity for the usage of the big data analysis coming from other institutions, including the research institutions and the universities. So collaborate with all those institutions, we could gather other type of the data, I mean the big data, so we could see the impact of the COVID. In addition, of course, with the regular data, the impact of the COVID, not only on the poverty, unemployment, but also some indicators like the increasing of the prevalence of undernourishment, prevalence of the food insecurity experience of scale, and also some impact of the COVID on the SMEs. That's the second point. The third point is about platform involvement. We could have 4 platforms in our coordination meeting, done mostly in virtual, including the government, local government, the parliament, academicians, businesses, the philanthropy, as well as the CSO. And as you may already know, that the Supreme Audit Agency also reviewed the consistency and accuracy of the data and due process of the all of the VNR. So like asking previously why we cover all the targets. Initially, we cover only 9 goals that are asking for supporting the theme, but then because the Supreme Audit Agency also want to see the consistency with the previous VNR, we also review other goals. So online selections of good practices is also done, and it's resulted around 200 activities from prior stakeholders. Some good practices are already included in the report, but again, because we want to be everyone included in the report, we extend with the annex. So it's quite a big documents of our VNR this year. Online platform indeed provide a greater outreach and participation. We also actually have in the previous VNR the online public consultations, but now the public have become more accustomed to the use of the application online form, resulting significant increase in the input received. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. Let's go straight to Agus, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to briefly address all of the questions, but first of all, I would like to greet all of you. Good morning, very good morning. And I also like to greet His Excellency Ambassador of Indonesia in Bangkok, Mr. Ahmad Budiman. Thank you for cooperation. And for the answers, I would like to give a little bit explanation about that. We conduct the SDGs audit in Indonesia using a medium-term audit planning. First, in 2018, we conduct audit on preparedness of SDGs. We use IntoSight framework on audit of SDGs preparedness that consists of focus on the policy framework and also the data framework. In 2019, BPK conducted a performance audit related to the SDGs target. On this base, we choose one or more goals based on auditability and which goals that become Government of Indonesia priority to be achieved. In this case, we choose goal 4, quality of education. And the result and recommendation of 2018 and 2019 audits were followed up and incorporated by the Government of Indonesia in the preparation of 2019 VNR. And in 2021, BPK reviewed the 2021 VNR. We discussed the criteria with the governments in the process, and we have an agreement that we use 3 criteria. First is continuity of the VNR 2021 with the previous VNR. Second is about the data validations. And the third is about alignment of the due process of VNR preparations with the handbook of the preparation of VNR, the 2021 edition. For the data validation and analysis, BPK look up the audit findings related to the SDGs from the 2019 up to the first semester of 2021, conducted confirmations also and respond also from the Government of Indonesia before we finalize the review. Since we are still in the COVID-19 pandemic, all of the review process conducted remotely. BPK recommended to the Government of Indonesia to continue to be mindful of the sustainability of the resources and the relevance of the data and informations, the result and the follow-up action on the audit and the due process as specified in the handbook for the preparation of the VNR, the 2021 editions. In the coming years, BPK most likely to conduct another review on the Indonesian VNR. So it needs to ensure that the review of the 2021 VNR together with improvement of initiation of SDGs audit in 2021 will be served as a baseline for the future VNR. The challenge is time constraint and the data validations. It's very difficult to measure all of the things. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Vivi and Agus. And so colleagues, we're starting to get some of the responses to the questions raised by colleagues from Philippines. And I just want to emphasize again, so a few of the points that will be particularly helpful is if colleagues can talk about also Rosemary's question around, during the COVID pandemic, what have been some of the challenges and difficulties? How have you engaged? How did you convince different partners? Also, the very good points raised by Victoria around lessons of civil society, meaningful engagement, and also the points raised by the Chamber of Commerce, Joel, particularly around how you persuade business to engage and so on. I think we're starting to get some of the answers, but it will be great if we could continue this. And I'm going to ask next the colleague from Lao PDR, Mr. Campin Pilakone, Director of the UN Economic and Social Affairs Division in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to take the floor. Mr. Campin, over to you, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, distinguished participants. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to moderator and member distinguished, and thank you, the Philippines, for your question. To make a contribution to the discussions today, I will share with you the lesson learned on the implementation of SDG and VNR process in my country, especially for the question, what benefits do we get by going through the VNR process. As we know, Vienna are a key tool to follow up the implementation of the SDGs, and Vienna are also the main mechanism for tracking progress on SDG at the national and global levels. In case of the Lao PDR, through the Vienna process, it had brought about a number of benefits. Actually, Lao PDR submitted first Vienna in 2018 and second Vienna at the HLBF in July this year. In our first Vienna, we focus more on informative and descriptive reports on what we have done in terms of the implementation of SDG. And for second Vienna reports, we focus on trend analysis. Drawing from our previous experience is obviously Vienna process benefits and provide opportunity for all stakeholders to involve in the process of the implementation of SDGs. First, strengthening the whole of the government participation. Vienna process help deepen the relation, coordination, and connection among SDG focal points of the line industry. We reflect strong ownership and commitments in the implementation of SDG. Second, enhancing data and statistic capacity. The Vienna process clearly reflects the need to build stronger statistic capability and capacity in order to ensure the availability of quality data in real time, for example, high quality, up-to-date, and disaggregated data. Third, building stronger SDG networks through the whole of society approach. The Vienna process has also helped building participatory efforts of different stakeholders in society, especially through the organization of SDG Vienna related conference, seminar, dissemination workshop, advocacy event, and promoting platform for stakeholder participation and contribution in development works in the community, such as planning, policy, and evaluation. Although the COVID-19 pandemics, but we organize a lot of online meetings with our stakeholders. Lastly, promoting greater partnership for the goals, particularly support from and with the development partners, UN agency, among others. Thus, it brings about resources, technology, know-how, knowledge transfer. It not only support the implementation of the SDG, but also spill over to other national development areas. For the second question regarding the react from stakeholder. From our experience, all stakeholders they concerned about the impact of the COVID-19 for the implementation of SDG, particularly the SDG related to the vulnerable group, the goal that's related to the development of vulnerable group. So we on behalf of the National Secretariats and National SDG and committee, we convene them, the COVID-19 impact, recovery efforts, and national development efforts are equally important, and this need to be addressed in the same parallel. And more importantly, the government alone cannot succeed. So it's require own cooperation and solidarity of own stakeholders in the society by working together to make the collective response to the outbreak at the moment. These are some key areas on our experience that I would like to share with you today. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Campin. That's really helpful. Let's go straight, colleagues, to Malaysia. And we're going to have first the Director for Environment, Natural Resources in the Economic Division from the Prime Minister's Department, Mr. Sheikh Qadir Baharun. And then we will have Ms. Dr. Denison Jayasuriya, Head of the Secretariat for the All-Party Parliamentary Group on SDGs, followed by Ms. Annie Cesarin Ismail, the Senior Assistant Director in the Sustainable Development Unit of Shah Alam City Council. Over to you first, Mr. Sheikh Qadir Baharun. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Chairman, I will share Malaysia experience in conducting stakeholder consultation for VNR 2021. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Malaysia government, I would like to thank ESCAP for the invitation for Malaysia to share our journey and preparation of the SDG Voluntary National Review 2021. Despite the challenges posed by COVID-19, Malaysia has presented the second VNR 2021 at the High-Level Political Forum on the 15th of July this year, with the focus on the 8 chosen SDGs. We also acknowledge the importance in addressing the other SDGs, which were not covered in this year's VNR. The preparation for VNR 2021 coincides with the formulation of the 12th Malaysia Plan, hence allowing for a seamless sharing of information between the two processes. Malaysia benefited from the VNR 2021 process in several ways. Firstly, by gaining a comprehensive view on outstanding issues pertaining to the progress of SDGs. The VNR 2021 also highlighted the areas that Malaysia can undertake to achieve the SDGs, which will fit into the next SDG Roadmap Phase 2 for the period of 2021 to 2025. This will chart out the SDGs and priorities that Malaysia will need to focus and strengthen on in ensuring a stronger and sustainable recovery from this pandemic. Secondly, through an inclusive and a whole-of-nation approach to Malaysia VNR 2021, we were able to create stronger relationships with the civil societies and the private sector in our efforts to realize the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. This allowed Malaysia to work closely with them in localizing the SDGs and addressing the issue on the ground. The third benefit for Malaysia was the opportunity to improve on the national governance structure of Malaysia's SDG implementation, where we recognize the need to establish a working committee on sustainable financing and garner stronger participation of the private sector and civil societies. Malaysia also benefited from having increased awareness on the SDGs at various levels and more stakeholders expressing their interest to work with the government in engaging the public on the importance of SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, the mandate from the government made it clear that we will need to present our VNR to the HLPF every 4 years, as Malaysia has committed to do so, along with other member states. This was clearly communicated in our engagement with these stakeholders involved in this process. Due to the pandemic, the consultation process was conducted virtually on existing online platforms. This high-level commitment was evident during the initial virtual inception workshop, which was initiated by the Minister of Economic Affairs himself. This, in turn, kick-started the VNR process with continuous engagement and focus group discussions. We have built a stronger relationship with the All-Party Parliamentary Group of Malaysia on Sustainable Development Goals, where they have been vital in mobilizing the CSOs and conducting group discussion on the SDGs. The United Nations country team and other UN agencies, such as ESCAP, have been continuously supporting us throughout this whole process. The UN Global Compact has also played an important role in bringing together the private sector for the VNR 2021 process. A crucial success to Malaysia's VNR 2021 has been the incorporation of input from the private sector and CSOs in presenting a holistic progress of our SDGs. With that, I thank you for your kind attention, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Kodir Harun. Next, we will go to Dr. Denison Jayasuriya. Please, over to you, Dr. Denison.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy, moderator, Encik Kode, fellow panelists, participants at this workshop and discussion. We have had a very interesting presentation so far. I represent the Malaysian CSO SDG Alliance, which serves as the secretariat for the all-party parliamentary group, which is made up of over 30 members of parliament out of our 220, where they are involved in SDG policy, monitoring, and especially localizing SDG. Now, the Alliance and the APPG more recently, but the Alliance has been part of the SDG monitoring since October 2015, comprising over 50 CSOs. So the coordination and being part of the National Steering Committee set up by the Economic Planning Unit. We have been active since 2016. We have been part of the VNR process in 2017 and 2021. From the lessons that, the questions on lessons, what the Philippines can draw from the Malaysian experience. And of course, I'm familiar with the vibrant, dynamic CSOs of the Philippines that are very committed to SDG 16, human rights, governance, and gender. In our case, there are two key lessons. One is that the civil society organized a consultation, 5 focus group discussions in our review from 2017 to 2021, looking at poverty, inequality, COVID and health, economic, sustainability issues, and governance, especially SDG 16. And these were then prepared in a report form and actually submitted to the Economic Planning Unit, the consultants, and so forth. We had a document that was a consultative statement from civil society, academia, members of parliament. I think that provided the context, the analysis, and input. Secondly, I must commend the Malaysian government for enabling or giving us a space on the table to discuss, both at the SDG Steering Committee and the Technical Committee. We were able in 2021 to review the actual drafts, which we did not in 2017. That's a major shift. Although it was under Official Secrets Act and so forth, civil society acted objectively, constructively, critical, and passionately in the meetings, and the Economic Planning Unit was open to hear our views. I think there were areas that were definitely incorporated, but issues that were not, and that becomes a challenge in this partnership model. At what points do you work with the government? What points do you disagree? And in that, at the global level, civil society had the scorecard report, which we participated. And while we rated Malaysia highly on all counts, but on SDG 16, there were various challenges on human rights compliance and so forth. So partnership is a relationship of trust, and civil society as much as government, the leaders need to engage, and ours as a bipartisan parliamentary group has sought, and I must say the EPU has opened up, but we are calling for review, not just 6 months before the VNR, but as a longitudinal process, started now for the next VNR for Malaysia 2024-2025. And we are around, and I'm sure the government would be open as well. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Datuk Jayasuriya. Let's go straight on to Ms. Annie Ismail from the Shah Alam City Council. Annie, over to you.
So just quickly, Dennison, I think you're accidentally sharing your screen there.
Am I?
I think so, just your team screen. I don't know if you're able to take that down just so we can spotlight others. There we go, perfect, thank you.
Take it down. I'm really sorry. Maybe I had my book on top, so
we could still see and hear you fine.
Thank you. But did you see me or what in the presentation?
No, we could see you fine. That's okay.
We can see you perfectly. Thank you. Annie, over to you, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, everybody. I'm Annie from Shah Alam City Council, Malaysia. Glad to be here on behalf of Mayor to share what we have learned and still learning along our journey from 2019 and to where we are now. And yes, we are managed to submit and present our first VLR last July. As the first city in Malaysia to submit the VLR using the Malaysian SDG network, we work together with Urbanist Malaysia, Ministry of Housing and other government agencies. We are doing it in Malaysian way. We use Malaysia SDG cities as reference. Our framework is exercised in 3 stages.
Sorry, Annie, for some reason, I think you're frozen or you're muted. Yeah, that's better.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Then we start with our stakeholders engagement series. By overlaying the actions and perceptions index, we managed to identify which SDG need to be sustained and which required more actions. Our framework accelerates of our SDG city pathway. At this stage, also we set the priority of SDGs for Shah Alam cities. At the acceleration stage, where we produce the Shah Alam SDG roadmap, Shah Alam City Council has made a bold commitment by launching the Shah Alam SDG roadmap 2020 at the WOOF 10 in Abu Dhabi last year. In preparing the Shah Alam VLR report, we used Shah Alam SDG roadmap as our action plan to match the SDG, synchronize and align our program with national and states agenda. Based on the role and functions of Malaysia local government, we are only using 107 indicators out of 247 indicators. The indicators framework has become Shah Alam SDG target and management tool to ensure the development is carrying out accordingly, as well as the report card to measure the progress toward the sustainable developments and the accountability of the stakeholders in achieving the SDGs. And what we learned from the journey is we become more creative in collaborating mechanisms somehow, especially during the COVID time. We go for bottom-end approach as well as the top-down approach. We also use the vertical integration. We now know that city roadmap and VLR are the mechanism for national or country to implement and monitor SDG. We start with city roadmap. We strongly believe before VLR, we need city roadmap or country to implement and monitoring SDGs. We really need to be more visible to our stakeholders and our committees in order to get them on board to this beautiful journey for our next generation. I hope with this sharing session, we can learn something together. With that, thank you for your three minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Sani. Let's go straight, colleagues, to Thailand. And we have 2 presenters. First will be Ms. Thirakun Uchino, Chief of the Development Section, Council Development in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That will be followed by Ms. Thanyapon Krichivat, Executive Director of Global Compact Network, Thailand. Over to both of you, please. First to Thirakun, please, Uchino.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. First of all, I would like to respond to the two questions from Undersecretary Rosemary from the Philippines. Like other countries have already said, Thailand, we value the VNR process for its role in stock-taking progress on our SDG implementation, as well as the remaining challenges that we still have. We also see the VNR process as a means to raise awareness and advance SDG implementation in the country, as well as the localizations of the SDG. For this reason, Thailand has continuously developed our VNRs on an annual basis since our first official VNR submissions in 2017. This VNR have served as our annual reports on the SDG implementation, despite it's not being officially presented to the HLPF. So they were conducted under various themes. For example, in 2018, we conduct the localizing the SDGs as a theme, community empowerment in 2019, and volunteerism and sustainable development last year, 2020. These themes reflect the national sequence in our SDG implementations from national level to communities and individual levels. So the VNR consultation process for us, it is also an important opportunity in expanding the stakeholder base for the implementations of the SDGs. Not only do we need to listen to the views of various stakeholders to ensure that the information reflected in Thailand's VNR is balanced, but we also need to utilize the VNR process as a means to mobilize all sectors so they take pride and ownership of SDG implementation and become agents for development themselves. The more people get involved, the better chance we have in achieving the 2030 agenda. And coming to the second questions on how did we convince our stakeholder to participate in the VNR consultation? I would say despite the COVID-19 pandemic, we received many positive responses and we were encouraged by our stakeholders' willingness to participate. One of the representatives of the Global Compact Network Thailand is also joining us today. Maybe Kun Thanyapon can also elaborate more on this. But personally, I think COVID-19 had made people more aware of the urgency of sustainability issues. And they also want to bring about change themselves. So we conducted a series of consultations with different stakeholders, including private sector, academia, civil society, volunteers, youth, and also the parliamentarians. As our keynote speaker, I remember he said that legislative branch has also have major role to play in moving forward the SDGs. And also the Foreign Ministry has established the open-ended working group for SDGs with civil societies and academia. It is served as a forum to exchange will among different stakeholders on SDGs implementation. We also use this platform to gather a lot of views for the VNR. All the feedbacks from these stakeholders are reflected in this year's VNR as well. Lastly, I think our consultation process also benefit greatly from the use of digital technologies. However, we also very mindful about the gap that also existed in some communities in Thailand. Some communities still do not have adequate access to technologies and this kind of tools. So in that case, community network, like youth community network, become crucial in disseminating information and gathering feedbacks on the VNR. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thirakun Chino. Next, let's go to the Executive Director of Global Compact Network, Thailand, Ms. Thanyapon. Over to you, please.
Thank you. And how many minutes remaining? Can you help me know? I can shorten to the time that we have.
Can we have 2 minutes from you, please, at least?
Oh, perfect. That's fine. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
As a partner with the government's the Global Compact Local Network Thailand, we are the member of United Nations Global Compact around the world. That we have a program together about how to be the part of the VNR process around the world. We have established a network to have a lesson learned across the country since last year, about this time, September. I remember the first meeting we discussed about how many countries in the world that Global Compact has participated session, and there are only 19 of them. 6 months later, in Thailand, the Global Compact Network has been collaborated with the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs and the Office of the National Economic and Social Development Council. We had a lot of good planning together. Then we had engaged with the government department, reporting directly to the conference meeting about how can we gathering the information, either try to introduce the SDG index among the private sector. And the learning from the private sector, as you may know, they had a lot of good report from the Stock Exchange of Thailand, and we are picking up what are the key contributors, and also we need to verify those SDG report before we collective input into the VNR reporting discussion. By the early of this year, we had prepared a summary report like private sector contribution to Thailand VNR on SDGs. Even some of the leading company, they had developed their report officially called SDG report under their name. And we have seen that book. It's amazing that how can they using the indicators that is linked back to the United Nations Development Program, identifying the indicators of the social impact values. And they are collectively having the information and best practice. Global Compact, we pick which are the relevant best practice in several companies in Thailand, as well as we observe the trend. We also don't really look at the snapshot of what they are reporting, but we also do observe what they are doing and speaking, like walk the talk in the social, and how the reputation of those companies are reflecting. So these are the good opportunity that we leverage the power of the VNR. It's value added to us. It may be a very challenge inherent with the implementing in the agenda of the 2030, because it's very long term for the private sector. As investor, they may think about 2 years investment, and even COVID-19 pandemic, they need to think about what the disrupt of the company. But if they are only focused on the environment and ESG, how long they can wait for the next 10 years. So now we try to turn around the situation by using a lot of good new indicators for the company to have the balance or co-benefit of the environment and social in their reports. So that's business community can moving again toward the investment for the SDG in Thailand. And I have seen a lot of good learning that the challenge from the government that engage the private sector. So they have a lot of new discussion, either gear forward to the climate action for the environment. As you know, in Asia Pacific,
Executive Director, I have to come in, sorry there, because of time. I think, firstly, thank you very much for that presentation as well. And I'm sorry to have to cut in there. I'm very conscious of the next panel. But I want to just summarize, I think, some of the things. Firstly, for me, what has come across very clearly is the remarkable amount of the way that governments and others are reaching out to really make SDGs part of everybody's business. That's the first thing. And I think we've had some incredibly rich presentations. I think I could spend personally more time with every single one of the presenters to hear more. Second point I would like to make very quickly is that it's really important that we keep expanding and deepening our partnerships. That's coming across very clearly from civil society, from private sector, the way parliaments are involved, audit institutions, whole range of things. The more we can make active people-to-people connections in this SDG journey, the more chance there is that we are likely to be successful. Okay, that in a snapshot is my quick summary. I'm going to hand over to the next panel, and my colleague and who's going to moderate that is Ms. Karima Al-Khoury, the UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei. I want to finish by just thanking all of the presenters for a really rich and fantastic set of presentations. I can't wait to see how all this goes and also be actively involved with all of you. Thank you very much and look forward to part 2. Over to you, Caitlin, and then to the next moderator.
Thank you very much, Roy, and for all the presenters. What a fantastic training session, and I'm really glad it worked so well, and brilliant timekeeping, Roy, as well, with a difficult task. So thank you very much. We only gave everyone 3 minutes, but we will share all the contact details immediately after this session, so you can go directly to your colleague or your counterpart from government or another stakeholder and ask questions. So we'll be sharing everyone's contact details. The dialogue and lesson learning can continue. I will now hand over to Karima, please, to moderate part 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me. And I, like Roy, absolutely am fascinated with all the information that we were able to hear and exchange over the past segment of this session. I will start with some introductory remarks, building also on what we've heard, and definitely looking forward to more angles to be addressed as this panel goes along. As we commemorate the 6th anniversary of the 2030 Agenda, as we all work to refocus attention on the SDGs as we recover from the global pandemic, it is important to remind ourselves of the commitment member states have demonstrated so far, and we've heard it in the past session, or part 1 of the session. The VNRs are becoming a proof that everyone is playing their part in monitoring global progress. And as of today, we have a total of 255 VNRs that were undertaken by 176 countries. It's quite impressive. And as we advance towards our target year of 2030, VNRs are increasingly regarded as a collective self-reflection journey, as an opportunity for countries to show pride in the progress that they have achieved, but also to identify the obstacles and renew commitments to doing better in addressing them. It takes courage, it takes determination, it takes a great deal of coordination and engagement towards the values and principles of the 2030 Agenda. So thank you for keeping that promise. And as we have seen COVID-19 reversing hard-won development gains, how can the VNRs help chart the way forward is, I think, an important question that we need to ask. How do we get member states to deliver on that promise of action and acceleration that was made in the 2019 SDG Summit and initiated the decade of acceleration? We have observed over the past years a global trend in terms of the quality of VNRs. The quality is getting better. The 2nd and 3rd national review exercises are definitely more aligned. They are clearer in terms of the sense of purpose. We have also observed in some first-timers who undertook the process more recently that there is an improvement, that this new generation of VNR is more robust, is more inclusive, more participatory, and certainly more evidence-focused in terms of the reports and what we see as we discover them. The experiences that we will hear about now are 5 countries in the Southeast Asia sub-region that have completed and presented 1 VNR already, and where discussions are probably ongoing about when to go to the HLPF next. It's a time to optimize on the findings and impact of the first VNR, and to ask ourselves the question, where has there been progress? Where has there been less progress? Where are we today after the pandemic has brought the world to its knees? What do we do what do the VNRs tell us about our institutional readiness, about coordination mechanisms, responsibilities of all the relevant stakeholders for the SDGs, but also for that resilience needed to actually face future crises? So as we look at 1 or 2 or 3 years after the stock-taking exercise in the 5 countries that we will listen to, I would like to ask the question of what concrete measures have been taken in response to the VNR in light of the impact it has had. And more importantly, and just to conclude, has the VNR created that incentive for transformation? Ultimately, the 2030 agenda is an agenda to transform our world. Are we utilizing those findings and recommendations to plan in a more integrated manner, to implement more effectively, more coherently, to innovate in the way we mobilize financing, in the way we ensure that our data and measurement tools are fit for purpose and give us both the bigger picture, but also a granular picture of society, economy, and the environment. And to contribute to this discussion, we have a great panel, and I'm very happy to have been recently appointed as the resident coordinator for two countries that would present, namely Brunei Darussalam and Singapore. Of course, we listened to Malaysia, where I'm currently based, in the previous segment. So I will turn immediately to the representative of Brunei Darussalam, Ms. Huraini Huraira, Director of Wawasan Brunei Office, Head of the Secretariat for the Special National Coordination Committee on SDGs in the Prime Minister's Office. And my question to you, and I will try to have, first question and give you about 3 minutes, and then bounce back with a very brief question and give you again another minute or a minute and a half to respond. So the VNR report of Brunei Darussalam in 2020 highlighted how useful the exercise has been and the invaluable lessons that you learned from it. It also points to some enablers of progress, such as regional and sub-regional collaboration, technical assistance needed, and capacity building that could actually enhance or help Brunei with the acceleration efforts. Could you share with us some insights on those findings and how are you putting efforts to build on them? Over to you, Ms. Huraini Huraira.
Thank you very much, Ms. Karima. Good afternoon, good morning from wherever you are. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for the opportunity and the honor extended to us to share our lessons following our 2020 VNR. Let me first recognize that the submission of the VNR was a good decision for Brunei Darussalam. It allowed us an opportunity to share what we have done with the global community, strengthen our internal capacities for coordination, and it became a clear signal that marked our commitment for the 2030 agenda. So the VNR itself revealed many lessons for us. Firstly, it reveals the importance of strengthening coordination, alignment, and harmonization. After our first VNR, a decree was made by His Majesty Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan Negara Brunei Darussalam to re-strategize efforts by moving the Special National Coordination Committee on the SDGs to the Prime Minister's Office. So this move was to ensure that our country's platform remains critical for coordination and leadership to produce results. It was also necessary to harmonize the SDGs with our own national vision, or the Wawasan 2035, to ensure that there's synergy within our own national development goals as well. So secondly, the VNR was very useful in taking stock of progress. And one lesson learned was that monitoring progress requires up-to-date, reliable and credible data. And for this, we need a more rigorous, systematic approach to monitoring data and action. And good data is really a precondition for meaningful conversations about the SDGs to ensure coherence. Thirdly, the VNR process has also revealed the need to strengthen stakeholder engagement. The 2030 agenda has ambitious targets covering multiple interconnected sectors, and it requires the contributions of all segments of society. There is work for each and every one of us, and it is critical to get everyone involved. And lastly, going through the VNR made us realize that there is help when needed. Sharing knowledge across countries can greatly help to unlock new solutions, and this in turn can help make resources more efficiently managed. Cooperation has never been more important than ever before, and that international community needs to continue to work together. And for this, I would also like to recognize ESCAP assistant extended. We found that the VNR process is not only a vital tool to assess and monitor goals, but it inspired us for further action and progress to advance the 2030 agenda. And so for and participate in this. Yeah, we're SDG action, which not only focuses on... Hello?
Yeah, we're losing you. If you could just repeat the last two, perhaps, points.
Okay. So thank you. I was saying that the VNR itself inspired us for further action and progress in advancing the 2030 agenda. So we also felt that we needed to pay more attention to establishing a narrative for tomorrow, because we want to make sure that we can mainstream sustainable development in the future. Given the intergenerational nature of the SDGs, this calls for us to maintain a long-term view, making decisions and mechanisms that go beyond today's consideration and marking our sustained commitment over time. Another area of action we felt key is the need to communicate more effectively the SDGs itself. And the better chance for SDG success comes if we have more people more aware and can raise action at all levels. And to this end, we are working towards targets to raise awareness, build knowledge, and inspire people for sustainable development. And finally, we realized that for effective implementation of SDGs, we need closer coordination of our policy efforts. We need to make sure that we continue to mobilize a whole of government, whole of nation effort, strengthening partnerships, reconciling priorities, and sequencing action. And we value and celebrate this process of transformational change. So Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the world tackles through, amongst other things, the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis, we are reminded of the importance of the SDG agenda of 2030 as a roadmap for the future and by building back better. I wish to reaffirm Brunei Darussalam's commitment to the SDGs on this long but rewarding journey. And on drawing lessons on the VNR, I think it has served to strengthen our endeavor to work harder, smarter, and faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Huraira. I just have a quick question, perhaps. If you were to name one immediate action that was taken right after the presentation of the VNR in 2020, and I do know that that was a year of change because that was when the pandemic was really roaring and soaring everywhere. Could you just give us one, concrete example that comes to your mind in terms of actions taken right after the VNR preparation cycle and presentation were completed? Over to you.
So thank you, Ms. Karima. So I think one major thing that happened for Brunei Darussalam was the moving from of the Special National Coordination Committee that previously sat within the Ministry of Finance and Economy, and it was moved to the Prime Minister's office. And I think that was, for me personally, a very clear signal of the commitment that the government is making, His Majesty and the government is making towards showing that it's really serious. We've got this Brunei's commitment on this, and it was a clear signal that for us, I think it was more to pull things together, synergize with our national vision, synergize with all the ministries, synergize with all of the civil society, with all of the NGOs. So it was really that coming together that was, for me, the biggest signal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I would like to move now to the representative of Cambodia, His Excellency Mr. Pak Sovadni, Deputy Director General of Planning. And to you, I'd like to address the following question. As Cambodia undertook its first voluntary review in 2019, and after putting a lot of effort in adapting the SDGs to its national context, Your Excellency, perhaps you could share with us some highlights from the past 2 years. And understandably, again, the pandemic has had a strong impact on progress to achieve Cambodian SDGs, as they're called. But as Cambodia recovers and charts the way forward, how can the VNR still be useful in terms of its findings, the direction it gave, and its ambition? Thank you, and over to you, Mr. Pak.
Thank you, Ms. Karima. Actually, Cambodia conduct VNR in 2019. So in that time, COVID-19 not happened yet. So the result, the achievement, the progress of SDG implementation in Cambodia is based on we conduct VNR based on the Cambodian SDG that we localize from the global SDG. So among the target, 169 target, we have only 88 target, and the indicator we have only 148 indicator among the 232 indicator of the global. So actually, the result of the implementation, we according to the VNR 19 and followed by the CSDG progress report 2019, that the report we are fulfill the VNR 2019 due to the data we conduct of VNR 2019 is a lack of the data for 2019. So we have conduct the fulfill progress report 2019. So the result we can see that around 63% of the target were ahead and on track, while the only 16% of the target were below the track. Of course, have remain target cannot define due to the lack of data support. So we can see the among the 18 goals, we have 4 goals were most achievement. They are the goal number 17, goal 9, goal 11, and goal 4. Sorry, we cannot. I cannot talk more detail about the achievement, but I already sent the chart achievement progress to the facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Your Excellency, if you could just tell us a little bit more about the actions that were taken in between or right after the presentation of the 2019 voluntary review. Any action that comes to your mind as something that was a priority right after Cambodia prepared its VNR. And thank you in advance.
Yeah. Of course, in VNR 2019, according to the suggestion from ESCAP, asked us to include only 6 goals, but the government would like to include more all goals, I mean the 18 goals into the VNR 2019. Of course, the result, beside the result that I just mentioned, we face the challenge and also the experience from the conduct VNR. So some indicator that we original set in 1920 since 2016 to 2018, we spent around 3 years to localize into the national context. So some indicator we cannot achieve. That I already just mentioned, only 63% we have achieved and on track. But 16% more is below the track. So we study on the why we cannot achieve the goal because of resource, because of technical or human resource, or because of we cannot achieve other reason. So that we can learn about it. And also we already consider to change or to revise the target, I mean the value target of each indicator. If we cannot achieve in the expect to not achieve in the future, we can revise it. And also we also consider to include more indicator that the original did not include in the list, and the activity also related to the SDG. And after the implementation, we faced the COVID-19 pandemic. So we also consider that based on the result of the VNR 2019 and also based on the COVID-19 crisis, we have to consider that the original set of goals will need to be reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency, and for highlighting the importance of how VNRs are pointing us to the right direction in terms of the data gaps and also of the data collection and production needs and streamlining. I will move now to the representative from Singapore, if you allow me, and I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Logaventan Karupanan, Assistant Director of the Climate Change and Sustainable Development section in the International Organization's Directorate at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And Mr. Karupanan, if you could share with us to what extent the VNR of Singapore has highlighted the direction that the country wants to take to deliver the SDGs as it sees it as a universal framework, and how has the report been used to inspire innovative solutions to build resilience and to also build on what you call the bright spots and address also the challenges such as the demographic changes, the growing inequalities, and also climate change. Over to you. Thank you.
Hi. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me just thank ESCAP for organizing this very useful forum to help Southeast Asian countries share experiences with one another. I also like to thank my fellow members, my fellow panelists, and also the previous presentations by the Philippines, which I think was very useful to understand how they undertook their VNR process last year. Singapore undertook our first VNR at the 2018 HLPF, and it consisted of our report detailing our national circumstances and approach to sustainable development, our efforts and key policies to achieve each of the 17 SDGs, as well as our methodology and a brief conclusion on our expected long-term challenges. For today, I just would like to take you through some of the positive outcomes of our VNR process, and also just to give an insight into how these are actually helping us prepare for our next VNR presentation. The first thing we did is that for our previous VNR 2018 is that we took steps to mainstream the SDGs across the government. We set up an inter-ministry committee on the SDGs to oversee our VNR preparation, and through this process brought together various public sector stakeholders to increase the awareness of the SDGs, as well as to explore the ways we can improve our sustainable development efforts from a policy-making perspective. This interagency process actually is going to be very key when we conduct our next VNR, because our agencies are in a more familiar position of the SDGs today than they were 5 years ago. And so we are in a better position to present a more holistic picture of our SDG implementation. The second lesson learned is the engagement of key stakeholders in the lead up to our VNR. In the lead up to our VNR in 2018, we engaged youth and businesses through an extensive social media campaign. We also organized a rather unique youth video competition to drum up youth interest, and met with CSOs to discuss how we could collaborate on SDG implementation. This helped us to encourage participation among key stakeholders, and we will continue to refine this approach to our domestic stakeholders in the lead up to our next VNR. This will also ensure that we have a wide variety of views on SDG implementation from non-government stakeholders during our next VNR. Third is that we have improved our data collection and reporting processes. I think one of the things that we have learned across many of these fora is that the importance of data. And right now, our Department of Statistics has become a key partner and one of our agencies in the Interministerial Committee. Our 2018 VNR highlighted the importance of data in order to assess progress and identify areas where we need improvement. And of course, to this end, we continue to refine our data collection methods in consultation with our relevant agencies. We also have now a SDG webpage that has been established or published by our Department of Statistics, which actually gives a bit more transparency into our SDG implementation and reporting. Fourth and finally, I think very important to mention, in the lead up to our VNR in 2018, we actually participated in multiple international events and workshops, very much similar to the one that we are in today, to learn from the experience of other countries. I think in particular, it was actually quite useful to learn how countries collected data and engaged their stakeholders, because I think every country has a different way of doing so, and then we get to learn from different methods and different processes, which only helps to make our own process a bit better. For example, on Tuesday, just 2 days ago, we actually heard about the impact of COVID-19 on multiple SDGs in Southeast Asia. And I think that's going to be very important for countries that are doing their VNR in the next couple of years, because I don't think we can run away from the impact of COVID-19. So I hope my short presentation has given a little insight into how our 2018 VNR has impacted us and how we derived what we have done from the benefits from it. I look forward to hearing more and learning more from my colleagues on this panel. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I had one probing question, which was about the engagement of youth. If you could just tell us maybe 2 sentences about that. You did mention it already, and I just wanted to know whether there's been any kind of mechanism to institutionalize the participation of young people, both in terms of the aftermath of your VNR, but also in preparing for the next one and engaging them in a more systematized manner. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I mean, as I mentioned, what we did last time, we had this youth video competition, which we publicized, which we used that to try and get the youth a bit more interested in the forums. And I think one interesting thing that we have learned and we have seen is that the youth in Singapore, I think across the region, maybe even across the world probably, they're actually very interested in SDGs and climate change and various events, global events that will actually impact them more than us. So we have got opportunities for youth to reach out to us. We do engage them on through various platforms, both at the schools and now virtually. And as we look to our next VNR presentation, probably in the next few years, we will also look to see how we can perhaps implement a more systematic way of engaging them, as well as other stakeholders. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much. This is very useful, and I think some countries, and especially the Philippines, had a question initially about how to engage with youth. So perhaps they will reach out for with a question on the youth video competition, but also on their engagement in other venues that you are supporting. Thank you very much, and I'd like to move now to the next speaker from Timor-Leste, and I have Ms. Brigida Soares, who's the coordinator for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Unit in the Prime Minister's Office. And the question to Timor-Leste would be perhaps the VNR process in your country has come across as a thorough process with prioritized partnerships and multi-stakeholder engagement. And perhaps you'd like to share with us some highlights in terms of the impact of the VNR so far, and also how has the process informed the decision-making culture in terms of integrated planning, budgeting, localizing the SDGs in Timor-Leste, and also with regards to data gathering, and national and subnational reporting. I know it's a long question, but I was fascinated with reviewing some of the of your VNR key findings, but also part of your presentation. Thank you very much. Over to you. Ms. Suarez?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, so sorry, I forgot to unmute. Okay, so thank you very much, Ms. Karima. First of all, let me thank ESCAP for organizing this event. It's really interesting interesting to see many of our colleagues from the countries that are sharing their experiences. And also, I would like to say hello to all my fellow panelists. Related to the question that you addressed, let me taking back you all back to the document that been presented in 2019. So Timor-Leste VNR came with 4 main key messages that are useful for the government to really focusing on what's supposed to be done next. So the first one is a significant improvement overall the SDG, but more effort needed to build in human capital, in maintain progress and ensure no one is left behind. And then need the reduce of disparities between municipalities and rural urban areas, and with vulnerable groups where it's a person with disabilities and young women. And important of to diversify our economy and generate jobs for men and women for sustainable economic growth, and notable achievement in peace, inclusion and democracy. Important to consolidate peace, strengthening justice sector, and strengthen the institution. So related to the question that are addressed, what has been the key impact of our VNR? Okay, Timor-Leste VNR process increase citizen engagement and understanding about SDGs itself, and enriching our discussion at the political level and local level. It's reinvigorated the discussion about financing and accelerating progress of sustainable development of the country. So it's, for example, like clarify our reform program priorities, where the right priorities should go, and supported government decision to develop and launch INFF in 2021 to explore innovative ways to fund our SDGs. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you. We can.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
The picture is frozen, but the sound I think is okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the first one, the one that I mentioned, the second one is the reinvigorated the discussion about financing and accelerated progress of sustainable development in the countries, and it's clarify our reform program priorities, where the right priorities should go first, and then support the government decision to develop and launch our INFF in 2021 to explore innovative ways to fund our SDGs and also our SDP goal. And by knowing our gaps and challenges to achieving our SDG and SDP goal, it has assisted government to focus on priorities for annual planning and budget setting, and support the alignment of the government program with SDP and SDG goals, and where possible nationalizing the SDG indicators. And a little bit example to share with you, our reform program that are consistent with the key funding that are addressing, implementing a program budgeting across the whole government. This allow us to align our annual planning with our annual budgeting, and is leading a better allocation of resources. And then amended our national budget law to focus on program rather than inputs. Develop and implemented planning, monitoring, and evaluation tool, which is used by the all government entities for annual plan, budget, and performance reporting, and used by national parliament for the budget debates, and launch the development of INFF, establish an inclusive INFF working group. And we are developing a medium-term planning framework and aim to roll it out to all the government in 2022 and 2023. This will be accompanied by a medium-term expenditure framework that will provide the medium-term fiscal outlook. We also have undertaken our second evaluation on our implementation of strategic development plan The finding will be presented to the government this year and will help inform our medium-term planning. The strategic development plan is being reviewed at the moment and updated, and will be include the costing to this strategic development plan, and expected to be finalized by early 2023. So as a question, back to the question. So in the key findings I already mentioned,
if you can conclude, please.
Yeah, I will conclude it. Sorry. So this is the conclusion now. The key funding needs the reduce of disparities between municipalities and rural urban areas, and which vulnerable group. The government action is the government is focusing on decentralizing of services and functions to the municipalities, and a national disability plan has been approved by the government, and it has included in the exercise of the budget committee review, and implementing the Spotlight Initiative program. And the second one is the importance to diversify economic and generate job for men and women for sustainable economic growth. We have economic recovery plan approved, which focus on short and term recovery from COVID and medium, term diversification job creation.
Thank you.
So
I'm sorry to have to interrupt, but you know, you've taken up some of the time also for the follow-up question, but I think that it's very important that you are focusing in your statement also on the localizing and how that was done is probably what we would need maybe a follow-up question from the different colleagues on the line. I believe that that the experience is very important, and any experience now in localizing SDGs and going local is probably what seems to be the imperative going forward, but I think the how is where we have a lot to learn from each other. So thank you for your intervention, and I will move now to the final speaker in this panel, the representative of Vietnam, Ms. Nguyen Thi Dieu Trinh. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And you're the Deputy Director General for the Department of Sciences, Education, Natural Resources and Environment in the Ministry of Planning and Finance in Vietnam. And I wanted to ask the question with a focus on society awareness and ownership. That was really key in Vietnam's 2018 VNR, and also was the need to foster a culture of collaboration, of working together better across all the sectors. Could you share with us some concrete actions that were taken in terms of institutional arrangement, and where does the country stand today, after the 2018 VNR, in terms of looking both at the follow-up actions and preparing for your next review, as you mentioned in the previous session. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much for Madam Chair, and also we thank you ESCAP for this inviting Vietnam to participate in this very important forum. Actually, we also think that the UN agencies have a very important role in synthesizing all the valuable expertise around the world, so guiding member countries to follow up with methodologies and in a standard way, so we can follow up and have the common sense in SDG, and also for implementation, like a localized life story from Timor-Leste, and also many experiences that I have heard from previous speakers. And for Vietnam, actually with guiding from UN agencies for preparing the VNR and the SDG, we have prepared our action plan for SDG with M&E system already institutionalized under the decree, under the circular by the ministry. And you mentioned about the society awareness, and I think that we have, while preparing the VNR and also the 5-year progress of SDG implementation in Vietnam, we have applied the participatory approach, where we gather not only government agencies, but we also gather civil society organizations, and especially with strong support from the development partner community working in Vietnam and who are working in Vietnam, and also overseas organizations in Vietnam. So we think that a participatory approach already applied in the preparation of report, but also for the following up the institutionalization, like we have charted the way forward for how we will implement the localized SDG action plans, and we identify the most targeted groups like vulnerable group or marginalized groups like women, children, and the invalids in Vietnam. So we think that in Vietnam, normally the overall framework is quite comprehensive, but the most important thing is how we can keep the interest of the local people, of the social society together, to go hand in hand with the government for implementing on the ground. And the important thing is how we can mobilize financial resources for this, for the SDG activities. And we see that so far, even we get strong support from development partners, but we see that we need further involvement from the private sector. And to make it happen, we already together with IMF already have the review on the gap, on the financial gaps for SDG implementation in Vietnam. And we see that if we want to implement the remaining 12 over 17 SDG goals that we may not have completed by 2030, we need the additional of 7% of GDP for investing in SDG implementation. So you see, it's a very big gap of financial needs for Vietnam to pursue on the goals that we need. And so far, we just only see that the governments around the world are very actively in putting resources for that. But you see in the COVID-19, the public resources should be put more for the health, for the system. So it may harm for investing in other areas, including in the SDG. So we think that the role of private sector is very important, and they should be more visible in the SDG journey with UN agencies, with governments, and with the local. So with this, I think I will stop, but we think that we want to mention about the private sector involvement, and we together need to suggest for sharing on how involving private sector in working with us, and have some like a showcase for other countries follow, like in Singapore. I think for the 5 people speakers here, only Singapore is the developed countries. The others is developing countries. So we think that they will take lead together with us. So financial and private sector is very important to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your intervention. And if I can bounce a very quick, question before concluding the session, if you can answer in maybe 30 minutes, how do you think, or to what extent do you think the next VNR is going to be different? What will be different in the next VNR
of Vietnam, or for the whole, or for all countries?
I mean, in your particular case, after now 3 years, I mean, if you're planning to go for another voluntary national review process, what do you think will be different? I know it's a big question, but maybe something that you would like to do differently this time.
Yeah, so I'm assuming if I were the leader, actually we will recommend to our leaders that we need to look into innovative and initiative that gathering private sector together with us, focusing on the CSR social responsibilities from them, and to make the government and the SDG action plan more attractive to them via concrete proposals or concrete matrix of policies. So mapping the exercise that the government at the central level and also the government at the local level to offer, should be the government should be more active to offer to the private sector, because so far I know that the private sector have a lot of resources for donation, for example, but we still not so active like social civil organization. So why not we to be? Yeah.
Thank you very much for this candid response, but very much to the point in terms of engaging with the private sector. I'd like to thank everyone for this very good learning experience for me, but I think also for our audience and panel members in other panels. I'd like to conclude with just some kind of very quick takeaways, if you allow me, colleagues from ESCAP. Just very quick and brief. VNR is a good decision. I like this very much. So making that step is actually seems to be a good decision, because it actually marks the commitment to the 2030 agenda, but it also has a value in itself. We talked and I heard a lot about the stakeholder engagement as being critical, and as Roy said earlier, it's everybody's business, and it has to be so. The VNR impact has been at the level of institution. We heard this from our colleague from Brunei, and it has resulted in institutional rearrangement and fine-tuning, which is needed to ensure leadership, better coordination, commitment, and synergies across the different sectors. We also heard a lot about the VNR as a tool to prioritize, but also to reprioritize. Now that we are facing the recovery phase from the pandemic, I think a lot of priorities are becoming more glaring and need to be addressed. We heard much about the VNR as a foundation for action for the future and for doing things differently in terms of enhancing transparency, citizen engagement, and also to carve out the roadmap for the next steps. And we heard also how it is important to identify the financial gaps, how to identify areas for reform. And perhaps finally, the VNR itself as the starting point for a roadmap that allows us to really go local. And I think localizing has come up in all the interventions that we heard today, and that sustainable development efforts need to go at the local level, and for that synergy between local and central government to become more effective in addressing the many challenges that we face, both at institution but also at policy level. I will stop here, and I want to thank you for being part of the discussion, for allowing me to moderate it, and over to you, Caitlin, and perhaps to Ricardo also, as you want to close. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Karima. Thank you so much, Roy, and all our panelists for being with us this morning and providing so many interesting insights about the voluntary national reviews. As you know, ESCAP is a big fan of voluntary national reviews, and we try and we really strive to help our member countries as much as we can, with all the passion and time we can. This is really something we are proud and we're happy to provide. I don't want to recap because our fellow resident coordinators and panelists already said a lot. I just wanted to, as I say, because ESCAP is providing technical assistance and is helping member countries to support this process of preparation of voluntary national reviews. I think there might be a slide just to visually show you what we can we are preparing, and we have prepared for you. I can tell you we have an online training course. We have actually 2 online training courses, one on voluntary national reviews and one on second time voluntary national reviews. Here it is. We have a brand new e-tutorial available in our SDG Help Desk pages. Please do participate. It's not a long tutorial, but especially for countries coming back for a second and a third time, it's a great opportunity to get this kind of very concrete tools that might help you in the process of preparing the review. And then we also produce some policy briefs that you might still find on our SDG Help Desk e-learning that will shed a light on some of the issues we actually discussed today, stakeholder engagement and follow up on voluntary national reviews. That's all from me. I bid farewell to you when we've been discussing voluntary national reviews at the Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development that will be organized next year from 28th to 31st of March. And before I pass it on to Ronnie to give us some insight about the rest of the program, I've been asked by the organization to ask you to switch on your videos because we would like to take a picture of the whole group. So while we all switch on our videos and the organizer takes some pictures, I pass it on to Ronnie for the follow-up. Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. But before I close, I think may we ask everyone to please turn on their video. We would like to take a very nice photo of all speakers, panelists, and delegations. All right. So because it's quite a big group, we'll take a few shots. So keep your smile, everyone. Okay, we're taking a few more. Wonderful smiles, everyone. Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, Ricardo, Caitlin, and everyone for the wonderful interaction. I think it seems that everyone is well prepared, lessons learned, exchange about the VNR process from this year and hopefully throughout the following years. So with that, everyone, I'd like to thank everyone for participating in this session on the VNR. So that concludes our morning program. And we would like to again invite everyone to return for the session 5 on sustainable finance recovery, innovating finance for the 2030 agenda. So the session will start at 2 p.m. Bangkok time, and we wish everyone a good afternoon. Thank you. Okay, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon and a pleasant morning from colleagues who are joining us from Luxembourg. My name is Ronnie Surakusuma, and I'm the head of the Subregional Office for Southeast Asia at ESCAP. So we are very pleased to have all of you back to our afternoon session of the Multi-Stakeholder Forum. Now, this Southeast Asia Forum aims to address the main challenges for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and also discuss ways of unlocking the means for implementing the 2030 Agenda. This meeting will bring together stakeholders from government, parliaments, academia and private sector, and civil society in promoting an enabling environment for knowledge sharing. We are honored to have this meeting co-organized with Luxembourg. So for the session 5, it is entitled Sustainable Finance Recovery, Innovating Finance for the 2030 Agenda. So our program will begin with remarks from Cambodia and also from Luxembourg. So with that, may we now listen to His Excellency Mr. Aun Pornorit, Minister of Economy and Finance of the Kingdom of Cambodia.
Her Excellency Amida Salsia Alice Jabana, Under Secretary General of United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, His Excellency Pierre Gramegna, Minister of Finance of Luxembourg, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm truly delighted to attend the 5th Southeast Asia Multi-Stakeholders Forum on implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals on Sustainable Finance Recovery, Innovating Finance for the 2030 Agenda. Undoubtedly, negative impacts caused by ongoing global challenges have undermined the national development progress and the attainment of SDGs in all countries around the world, particularly low-income and developing countries. In the context of COVID-19 pandemics, achieving SDGs by 2030 is imposing huge challenges for many countries, especially those developing countries who are facing with many development agendas and priorities, but their resources are limited. Cambodia has localized and prioritized SDGs according to the Cambodia's context, called CSDGs, with 18 goals and 169 specific targets. In 2019, Cambodia's voluntary national review also highlighted the significant progress with a majority of CSDG targets rated as ahead or on track, especially for the 6 prioritized goals, which include education, decent works and growth, reduce inequalities, climate actions, peace and institutions, and SDG partnerships. However, it is beyond doubt that with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, we need to reassess all aspects of SDGs agenda, including the strategic directions, action plans, and more importantly, resources for achieving our agenda. Before COVID-19 pandemic, under the wise and prudent leadership of Samdech Akya Mahasenapadai Techo Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, the Royal Government of Cambodia has managed to accumulate sizable savings through prudent fiscal policy over the last 2 decades. Thus, in context of COVID-19 pandemic, Cambodia's fiscal buffer has allowed the RGC to have great space to provide financing to fight against COVID-19. The RGC has taken swift, timely, and decisive actions in response to COVID-19 by providing free vaccinations, implementing rigorous containment measures, providing subsidy to keep businesses afloat, and social assistance to maintain livelihood of our people. On financing SDGs, the approach of RGC is focusing on domestic resource mobilizations, including the management of public resource, taxations, private investment serving public interests, financing from financial markets, among others. Since 2020, the RGC and the UN agencies have worked together and implemented 2 joint programs related to the SDG financing in Cambodia, of which 1, integrated national financing frameworks to catalyze blended finance for transformative CSDG achievements, and 2, unlocking Cambodian women's potentials through fiscal space creations. These 2 joint programs, led by UNDP and UNCDF respectively, are also crucial to strengthen financing architectures and mobilize resources of both private and public sector to accelerate the achievements of CSDGs. A newly established Credit Guarantee Corporation of Cambodia is working closely with partners, financial institutions, in providing unsecured loan to cover much needed working capital and liquidity to affected businesses, especially SMEs, during this difficult time. In addition, Cambodia is also planning to issue government bonds to mobilize the untapped and potential source of domestic resources. Green financing is not new to Cambodia. More than $11 million in carbon credits from Cambodian forests have been sold since 2016. We are also aware that at global levels, billions of dollars worth bonds and loans designed to fund green initiatives have been issued. Countries are already competing for inclusion in these new green value chains by adopting green standards, promoting green investments, and decarbonizing the electricity grids in order to open new market opportunities. The RGC stands ready to assess the implementation of additional green financing mechanisms with the support of our development partners and by carefully studying the experiences and lessons learned in other countries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, taking this opportunity, I also would like to inform the forum that to prepare for the post-COVID-19 era, the RGC is preparing to launch the post-COVID-19 Economic Recovery Plan 2021-2023, with the goals of reviving economic growth back to its sustainable, resilient, and inclusive potential growth, and will employ a so-called 3R approach: recovery, reform, and resiliency to build forward better. This economic recovery plan will reconsolidate the foundations for our socio-economic developments in these next few years, which would contribute to our efforts toward achieving the 2030 SDGs agenda. Before ending, I would like to reiterate that undoubtedly Achieving our ambitious agenda would require significant implementation capacity and financing resources. Thus, we need to join hands together to support multilateralism and global solidarity to boost speedy recovery of the socio-economic developments, particularly the need to increase financing toward achieving the SDGs agenda and the nationally determined contributions of the Paris Agreement. Cambodia is ready to join all relevant development partners, both bilateral and multilateral, as well as private sectors, to contribute to the efforts to restoring socioeconomic progress and promoting prosperity for all in post-COVID-19 crisis. Thank you for your attention.
issues, at these challenges. And let me conclude by my third point, which is public-private partnership. Governments can commit billions, multilateral banks can commit billions, but that's not enough. What we need is trillions. So we need to crowd in the private sector. And that can be done also by blending finance or blended finance projects. We have done that in Luxembourg by building a climate finance platform with the European Investment Bank. Let me also underline that the European Investment Bank is the largest issuer worldwide of green bonds. What we do there in this platform is that Luxembourg is taking the first lost tranche of the money that's made available. And that obviously allows to bring on board private investors who have a lower risk. This technique of reducing the risk of de-risking has proved extremely efficient, and we've been able to leverage 3.4 billion euros in this international climate platform with the European Investment Bank. Another initiative I just want to briefly mention is that we have also put together a program to train fund managers. We need a new generation of fund managers that are knowledgeable and innovative about assets that really are sustainable. And last point that comes to my mind before concluding is the common points I see between Sukuk and sustainable finance. Luxembourg has issued a sovereign Sukuk a couple of years ago. It was the very first sovereign Sukuk in Euro. And the reporting standards, the transparency that you need in Sukuk is something that you also need for sustainable finance. So also here I see another bridge that can be built. Let me confirm to you, Luxembourg is there to work with all the countries of ASEAN proactively in order to boost sustainable finance. Is for the benefit of all of us, of our countries, of our people, and of our economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think your remarks nicely sets the framework or the backdrop for our discussion this afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, that concludes our opening session. May we now proceed with the program for today, Session 5, Sustainable Finance Recovery, Innovating Finance for the 2030 Agenda. As a reminder, we would like to inform participants to keep their microphone muted and only turn it on when they take the floor. If multiple participants sit in one location, we kindly request you to use one device to join the meeting. In case multiple devices are used, please ensure that only one device, speaker, and microphone are on to avoid echoing in the background. This session is also live streamed via ESCAP's YouTube channel. May I now hand over to Mr. Patrick Martin, who will moderate the session. So Patrick Martin is our international expert on climate finance here at ESCAP. So Patrick, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Paroni, and thank you to the ministers for your insightful remarks. Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As Ronnie mentioned, I'm Patrick Martin and I'll be the moderator for this next part of the session. As outlined, today's session is exploring the use of green bonds as instruments to address post-COVID-19 financing needs and to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And as well, we'll examine lessons learned from practical experience of issuing green bonds. As mentioned, green bonds emerged less than 15 years ago, and yet the market has expanded rapidly and continues to grow. In 2020, the market reached the milestone of $1 trillion of green bonds issued, and the total of green, social and sustainability bond markets have now grown to almost 2 billion globally. In Southeast Asia, the issuance of green and social and sustainability bonds has also gained significant momentum with a record 12 billion issued in 2020. Yet, globally, green bonds still only represent a small portion of the total bond market, suggesting considerable room for growth. While the list of bond issuers in the region is developing, capacity across countries remains uneven, and the potential for this market remains to be fully tapped. Gaps in national capacities to issue these bonds, if addressed, could significantly help contribute to the potential for these markets to be used to meet this financing gap and respond to climate change and support the SDGs. Today, we'll be hearing from some very eminent speakers. Taken together, our speakers encompass an extensive range of experiences and depth of expertise from across the region and internationally. And we are extremely fortunate to have this wealth of knowledge and expertise speaking today. As part of our session, we'll also be conducting a very brief poll during the session and asking a series of 3 questions. And I encourage you to participate in the poll as we go forward. And I'll explain as we go how to use the technology to engage with the poll. To begin with, then, I would now like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Paul Shaheen, to deliver his presentation. Paul is a Sustainability Research Manager at the Luxembourg Exchange, supporting the Luxembourg Green Exchange and the Luxembourg Academy, where he serves as a lead lecturer and has a wealth of knowledge in the field. Before joining the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, Paul was part of the climate finance team at the European Investment Bank, where he played a pivotal role in the bank's climate finance tracking and the development of climate finance methodologies. Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Patrick. I will share my slides with all of you. I hope you can see my slides.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Patrick, and good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be with you today in this 5th Southeast Asia Multi-Stakeholder Forum around resilient, inclusive, and sustainable development, representing the Luxembourg Stock Exchange and the Luxembourg Green Exchange. Allow me, before I start my presentation, maybe to introduce the Luxembourg Stock Exchange and the Luxembourg Green Exchange in few words. Well, the Luxembourg Stock Exchange has a long history. Our history goes back to 1928, when the Luxembourg Stock Exchange was established. Today, we are the leading exchange for the listing of international debt securities, counting 37,000 securities issued by over 2,000 issuers from 100 countries all over the world. 5 years ago, we established the Luxembourg Green Exchange as a contribution to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. LGX is a platform entirely dedicated to sustainable securities and aims to reorient capital flow into sustainable investment projects. At LGX, we cover green, social, sustainability, and sustainability-linked bonds together with SRI funds and climate-aligned issuers. The title of my presentation today is How to Unlock the Potential of ASEAN Sustainable Issuers. And the presentation will cover the following subjects. So allow me maybe to set the scene to start right away with the first subject, which is the recent trends in sustainable finance in the ASEAN region. Well, according to the Climate Bonds Initiative report on the ASEAN Sustainable Finance State of the Market in 2020, the ASEAN sustainable finance market maintains rapid growth despite the negative impact of COVID-19, focusing definitely the attention on the need for a sustainable economic recovery. If we focus a little bit and we'll have a look on the bond market, bond, meaning green, social and sustainability bonds market. The ASEAN Green, Social and Sustainability Bond market reached a record high of USD 12.1 billion in 2020, which is 5.2% increase year on year from USD 11.5 billion issued in 2019. If we take the cumulative issuances of green, social and sustainability bonds in ASEAN since 2016, it now stands at USD 29.1 billion. We see that there is an increasing diversity in those instruments. Definitely green labels dominate the issuances, but recently we saw how sustainability and social labels are gaining more interest worldwide and in the ASEAN region. And this opened eyes on the importance of these instruments, mainly the sustainability bonds, to mobilize funds for green and sustainable recoveries after the COVID-19, and definitely presenting a resilient instrument for future systematic shocks. 2020 was a record year actually for sustainability bond issuance in ASEAN countries, reaching USD 3.9 billion in volume, and that was led definitely by the sovereign issuance of Thailand that Minister Gramenya just mentioned. But what are the main characteristics of this market in the ASEAN region, the green, social and sustainability bond market? So if you go a little bit into details in terms of currency, we see that for green bonds, most of the issuances are made in US dollars and Singapore dollars. They led the issuances, but still we have a range of other currencies and local currencies. While in the market of social and sustainability bond, we see that local currencies have dominated the ASEAN issuances. In terms of tenor, the ASEAN green labeled universe is characterized by a shorter term and a medium term, while the majority of ASEAN social and sustainability bonds have a tenor less than 10 years. In terms of the deal size, there is an increasing share of a larger sized green bond deals, while the majority of social and sustainability bonds size is still smaller than 500 million USD, with an exception definitely of the Thai sovereign sustainability bond that was issued with more than 100 billion. When it comes to external review, and I believe you are aware of what do we mean by the external review, which is the external kind of evaluation of the issuance or for the framework. We see that issuers from ASEAN countries tend to ask for an SPO, a second party opinion. This is the most common type of external review for green, social and sustainability bonds in the region. Who issues what actually in the ASEAN region in terms of green and social and sustainability bonds? Well, for green bond, it's largely driven by the private sector in the region. The issuance of social and sustainability bonds has been led by financial corporates and closely followed by sovereigns. What sectors these issuances finance? Well, green bonds finance in the ASEAN region mostly energy and buildings. It continues to be the top of two, what we call the use of green bond proceeds categories. And this is not an exception. It's a worldwide phenomena that the majority of the green bonds proceeds actually finance projects in the energy sector, including buildings, which is energy efficiency. And if we would like to look a little bit more in details at which categories are financed by which issuer type, we see that the government-backed entities largely focus on financing buildings, so energy efficiency, while the non-financial corporates mostly focus on energy projects or renewable energy, while sovereigns, development banks, and financial corporates have a more diverse allocation of the use of proceeds. What is the status of some of the leading countries in the region? If we look at the cumulative issuances between 2016 to 2020 at the country level, we see that Singapore comes first with 47 issuances under different labels. So here we're talking about green, social, and sustainability bonds, totaling USD 11.9 billion. Malaysia comes second with 22 issuances covering green, social, and sustainability bonds, and also the Sukuk, totaling to 2.6 billion. Philippines come third, Thailand comes fourth with green and sustainability issuances, Indonesia comes fifth with green, social, and sustainability bonds, and Vietnam comes sixth, mainly with green local issuances. Let's focus a little bit on this success story of the sustainability bond issuance of the Kingdom of Thailand. In August 2020, the Kingdom of Thailand became one of the first sovereigns in the world to issue a sustainability bond. The sustainability bond was issued under the Kingdom of Thailand's Sustainability Finance Framework. The framework was published in July 2020, and the framework received an external review, what we call the second party opinion, from Sustainalytics. The bond was aligned with the international standards for sustainability bonds and was named Asia Domestic Bond of the Year at the IFR Asia Awards 2020. The bond was initially listed on Thailand's Bond Electronic Exchange, and in April 2021, we at the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, we were proud to welcome the dual listing of the bond on Luxembourg Stock Exchange to strengthen access to the international investor community, and also by displaying the bond on the green platform of the stock exchange, so on LJX, to further showcase it to international investors with a sustainable appetite. By bringing its sustainability bond to Luxembourg Stock Exchange, the Kingdom of Thailand also becomes the first Thai issuer to display a security on the green platform since the platform was launched in 2016. This issuance should be seen as a leading example for ASEAN issuers, being sovereign or non-sovereign. It didn't come without challenges. So what are the challenges for ASEAN sustainable debt issuers when issuing green, social, or sustainability bonds? We can split those challenges according to the phases: pre-issuance challenges and the post-issuance challenges. Definitely the alignment with recognized standards is one of the main challenges issuers should look at. They should have ready to be financed project in order to right away use the proceeds raised through the bonds to finance those projects. The local capacity in sustainable finance is a big challenge, not only in the ASEAN country, everywhere in the world. And maybe the size of the deal can play a very important role when issuing in emerging countries, and especially if the issuers are looking to go international or not. And again, as was mentioned by the Minister Gramenya, the regulatory framework is a very big issue in that sense. When it comes to the post-issuance challenges, we talk about visibility. So how to attract international investors for these, let's say, issuances coming from the ASEAN countries. How to get to international markets and how to list maybe on international stock exchanges and meeting the listing requirements of these exchanges. And the third challenge, which is a big one and is faced by all issuers all over the world, is how to track and how to report the impact of those investments and report them actually to the investors. So if we just deep dive a little bit into those challenges and try to transform them into kind of recommendations for potential issuers of green, social, and sustainability bonds from the region, the first recommendation would be for those issuers to try to align their issuances with recognized standards, with recognized principles, and try to follow the best practices in the market. What do we mean here? I mean, we know that we have a lot of green standards around the world. There is not only one set of standards. So we have the ICMA principles, we have the ASEAN Green Bond standards, we almost have now the EU taxonomy We have the CBI standards, so the Climate Bond Initiative standards. We have the PBOC Chinese catalog for green projects. So issuers should be aware of all of these standards and should try to align their issuances to one of these, I mean, depending how it fits their needs. This would show the international investors that the issuance is aligned with, as we say, the internationally recognized standards, there is less risk about greenwashing, and that the issuers are opting for international best practice. When we talk about best practice, it's not only at issuance by following those standards and by maybe looking also for the external review, which is a very important step, but also when it comes to reporting on the allocation and the impact of the investments of the funds. Because also here we have some best practices emerging in the market, and it would be very beneficial actually for the potential issuers of ASEAN countries to be on the top of these practices and to follow them. The second recommendation is to demonstrate sustainability integrity at both the entity and the product level. Well, it's of a high importance to show this to international investors in case the local issuers would like to attract international investors for their issuances. International investors look actually at the issuer profile and assess its ESG impact and ESG risk exposures, as well as the issuer's definitely willingness and capacity to improve and to do the transition. We don't see any more kind of an ad hoc issuance for a green, social or sustainability bonds. In most of the cases, it comes as part of the issuer ESG strategy or sustainability strategy. And this is what we mean by the sustainability, let's say, integrity at the issuer level. Be ready with a ready-to-finance project, because there is no sense if you issue a green or a social sustainability bonds, but you don't have the projects ready to be financed. You will be putting yourself at a high reputational risk, especially that according to some principles and standards in the market, you need to finance, for instance, as soon as possible. I mean, you need to use the proceeds as soon as possible, not to keep them just waiting. So preparing the project and aligning those projects according to the standards is a very big step that should be looked at by the issuers. Consider new instruments such as the SLBs. The SLBs are the sustainability linked bonds, and these are new instruments which came into the market last year. For more than 10 years, the market was dominated by what we know now as the green bond, and that worked very well so far, and it will continue to be one of the main instruments to achieve transition. But the difference with the sustainability-linked bond is that those new instruments are more focused on the sustainability strategy of the issuer rather on the project. And maybe those instruments might fit more the needs for issuers coming from emerging countries who might not have green projects to be financed, but they still want to do something to improve their ESG profile and their way of doing their business. So maybe issuers should look also at this type of instruments. Building local capacity is one of the main issues and the main recommendations we can give here, because as we said, in order to be able to issue this instrument, being green, social sustainability or sustainability linked bond, issuers should be aware of the variety of standards which exist in the market, which standard they should follow, how they should choose the projects to be financed and according to which standards. And if we look in details at those standards, we will see that there is a lot of assignments for the issuers to do in terms of evaluating the project, selecting the project and tracking the proceeds, contacting the external reviewers, and definitely also in tracking the impact of those investments. All of this needs big human capacity and knowledge behind the issuance itself. And this needs a kind of, knowledge transfer maybe, or, investment in that field to be ready. Considering the domestic versus the hard currency issuances and the dual listing options, it's something that definitely local issuers could look at. If they would like to go international and to attract international investors, those two factors might be also of a big importance for them. We know that a lot of local issuers at the ASEAN region already issued green bonds in local currencies for the local market, so they have the local demand there. It would be maybe interesting for them, if you would like to go international, not to leave the local market, as we say, but also to try to target the international market at the same time while staying local. Partnering with the international financial institutions is something very important for issuers coming from emerging markets, and we will discuss this maybe in a couple of slides when I will show how at the Luxembourg Stock Exchange also we try to help issuers in emerging countries to become more involved in the sustainable finance. If we focus quickly on the advantages for potential ASEAN issuers to list on international exchanges, and if we take the Luxembourg Stock Exchange as an example, the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, as I tried to mention at the very beginning, is international by default. It has been the reference exchange for international issuers, being sovereigns, sub-sovereigns, IFIs, corporates, financial and non-financial, for many, many, many years. So it's international by default. And it's a reference for those debt instrument listings coming also from emerging markets. By listing on one of the international exchanges, and the Luxembourg Stock Exchange in particular, you will have access, you will be guaranteed to have access to international investors. And maybe the Luxembourg Stock Exchange is the only exchange that offers some what we call a fast track and straightforward listing process that would be much more easier for issuers coming from emerging countries to follow if they would like to get access to those markets without the burden, the administrative burden and the clearance burden that they might face by opting maybe in listing on different international markets. And we have definitely some examples coming from the region. Philippines, for instance, is already listing its issuances on Luxembourg Stock Exchange since many years. If we add on the top of those advantages the benefits for potential issuers in joining the Luxembourg Green Exchange, he will be shifting the discussion a little bit towards sustainable, because as it was mentioned again at the beginning by Minister Gramenya and maybe by me very quickly at the very beginning, the Green Exchange of Luxembourg is trying to build that bridge between investors and issuers. So to create this space where both can meet and where the gap between both of them is quite reduced. It will provide the visibility that is necessary for issuers from the ASEAN region to be seen by international investors. It will build the transparency also of those issuers, because by displaying on the green platform of the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, the issuers are committed also to display all the documents of the issuance on our website. And when I say document, not only the legal documents, but here I'm talking more about the sustainability related documents, which are the framework, the second party opinion or the external review, and the impact and the allocation reporting. The case of Thailand is a very good example about how they opted for transparency on standards and on the use of proceeds when they decided to list on the Luxembourg Stock Exchange and to display the sustainability bond on the Green Exchange. As you can see on the slide, on the right side of the slide, you can see what are the standards that the sustainability bond of Thailand followed for this issuance, which eligible categories they will be financing, including renewable energy, the green project, the transport project also, and the social side of that issuance, financing employment generation, financing pollution prevention, and SMEs and microfinance, etc. But this is not the only benefit if you join LJX or the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, because the Luxembourg Green Exchange is highly proud to be supporting new issuers in emerging countries through its LJX Academy, which is a big program to spread the knowledge around sustainable finance and to build capacity, not only for emerging countries, actually for Europe, I mean Luxembourg, Europe, and beyond. And by maybe opting to be on Luxembourg Green Exchange, you would be trusted that you follow the best practices in the market when you issue your green social sustainability or sustainability linked bond. I was really happy to see that Minister Gramegna mentioned those initiatives in which we are proudly involved as Luxembourg Green Exchange. And those are just examples on how we at the Green Exchange, we help in building capacity for some issuers from emerging markets in general. So from the region, for instance, in the ASEAN region, we are involved in this program financed by the Ministry of Finance in Luxembourg and in cooperation with the GGGI to build the capacity in the Vietnamese market for potential green issuers. We are also involved with the United Nations Development Programme to build capacity in some African countries and mainly in Cabo Verde, also for the same objective, let's say, to prepare the country to issue green, social or sustainability bonds. And the third example is our also cooperation with the IFC in their program to also build capacities of potential private banks coming from emerging markets for them to issue their own green bonds. And we have success stories also out of this program. Some of the private banks who joined this program joined as traditional banks with no issuances of green bonds, and after maybe 1 year of joining this program, they built their capacities and they issued their first green bonds. I would like to conclude with this slide on looking a little bit on the future of the green and sustainability bond market for in the ASEAN region. Just like everywhere in the world, the ASEAN sustainable finance market is evolving, definitely taking stock from the pandemic and the climate change concerns. We have started to see this diversification of different labeled instruments, so green, social, and sustainability with more focus on sustainability. Recently, there is an increase in the market volume, little by little, but we have to admit that most of the national markets in the ASEAN region are still in their infancy in this field. As I mentioned at the very beginning, we might see a little bit of more focus on the sustainability linked bonds as a new instrument, and maybe eventually what we call now the transition bonds, even if these instruments do not really exist, but we might see them. They might be more helpful actually in the larger finance needs for low carbon transition and the need for additional government initiatives in the region to act and to give signal to the international investors about the importance of developing the market for private sector and for the bond market participants. And by this, I end my presentation, and I would be happy to discuss more and to elaborate more on this during the panel with the other panelists. Back to you, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Paul, for a very informative presentation and your valuable insights, and we'll look forward to talking more in the question Q&A. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Aldo Romani, Head of Sustainability Funding at the European Investment Bank, to speak. We're very fortunate to have Aldo here today. Not only was Aldo pivotal in shaping and launching the EIB transaction that started the green bond market back in 2007, but he has been awarded the overall most impressive green SRI bond funding official in 2015, 2016, 17 and 19. And I wondered what happened in 2018, only to realise that he was awarded Environmental Finance's Green Bond Personality of the Year in 2018. And under Aldo's direction, the EIB was the first issuer in 2018 to align the documentation of its green bonds with the EU's new taxonomy regulation. And as we heard before, the EIB is the largest issuer of green and sustainability bonds, with with close to 50 billion euros issued in over 21 currencies. Thank you, Aldo. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Just one second. So, can you see my screen? So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you very much to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. And thank you very much, of course, for the introduction, Patrick. When a market participant thinks of green, social, and sustainability bonds, be it as a policymaker, an issuer, an investor, an intermediary, or a representative of social society, should ask oneself what these bonds can really add in terms of value and what the ultimate purpose of issuance is. And the answer that I convincingly would like to put forward today is that these bonds, use of proceeds, green, social, and sustainability bonds, in fact, shed light on the activities to which they are allocated, and therefore have the potential to enhance the accountability of environmental policies. Now, the title of my presentation is therefore Promoting Clarity to Facilitate Sustainable Investment, and the idea is to discuss both conceptually and historically how this market has evolved and what kind of value it can produce today in the current regulatory framework that is building worldwide. So let me start by giving some background information on the way in which the interaction of policies and markets is addressed in the European Union. And I would like to start with a picture that summarizes effectively what is happening in Europe at this moment. It is an old picture, still from the times of the predecessor to the United Nations, the League of Nations. And I must say that the wind of sustainability is now blowing a very favorable breeze into the flags of the member states of the European Union. If you think of Europe as a vessel with three policy masts, which are dedicated to efficiency, growth, and stability, all of these masts are now carrying the vessel forward thanks to that wind. Now, an important point to make at the very beginning is that the approach that the European Union has taken from the very beginning is a focus on markets. The European Union does not declare ethical values, it pursues them by way of market-driven mechanisms. So if you look also to the Treaty of the European Union, Article 3.3 is particularly clear in this respect because it states that sustainable development is a core objective of the European integration, but also underlines that the internal market is indeed the instrument to pursue that objective. When the European Commission decided in September 2016 to intervene in the reform of sustainable finance, it made reference, it announced it in the context of measures dedicated to the promotion of capital markets union in the context of the G20. And the reason why the EIB, the European Investment Bank, the Bank of the European Union, the Climate Bank of the European Union is relevant in this context is that the treaties assign as mission to the bank to contribute, in fact, to the balanced and steady development of the market by making recourse to capital markets. So as you see, we are in a way a litmus test for what is happening in this regard. So as you may know, the Commission started by putting together a working group, the high-level expert group on sustainable finance that debated the series of recommendations for the European Commission. There was a final report in January 2018. The European Commission issued an action plan on financing sustainable growth, and immediately thereafter, recognizing as first priority the development of a shared classification systems of sustainability of sustainable economic activities in Europe, issued a regulation proposal on the establishment of a framework to facilitate sustainable investment. The interlocutors of this legislation, which in the meantime entered into force in July 2020, in July last year, are capital market participants and specifically sustainable investors. Another technical expert group has produced proposals for a climate taxonomy and a new green bond standard that have been assessed and have led to a proposal for a new green bond standard also in July this year by the European Commission, and also to the discussions that are still ongoing with regard to the first wave of taxonomy that should enter into force next year for the area of climate. So this is the context within which we are operating now. I would like, given the relevance of this subject in the conference, to highlight that this piece of crucial European legislation in the introduction to the regulation clearly makes a reference to Article 3.3 of the Treaty on the European Union, as I mentioned, but also to the fact that, in fact, the European Union makes sure that all policy initiatives, both within the Union and globally, take the SDGs on board at the outset. So, in the end, this, let's say, legislative process that is ongoing tries to operationalize the principles and the objectives of the 2030 agenda. So the core ideas, I'm sure you're already familiar with, but I would like to highlight that the focus so far is on environmental objectives, the 6 that you see on the top of this slide. And the idea is that economic activities can be classified, and in fact should be classified in terms of their substantial contribution to one of these objectives, making sure that any contribution does not significantly harm any of the other objectives, and that at least a series of minimum social safeguards is complied with. These are simple ideas, difficult to implement, but at the same time have a chance to be implemented, to find implementation, only if you bear in mind the objective, which is not to find the perfect technical solution, but rather to put in place a solution that improves the way in which capital markets work and contribute and are put in a position not only to provide capital, but also to clarify where that capital should be efficiently directed to. The other point that I would like to make is that from the very beginning, the recommendations of the working groups highlighted that sustainability does not only have an environmental dimension, but also a social dimension that should be considered. The pandemic last year clearly highlighted that the two go together in a way, are intertwined, and the final version of the taxonomy regulation that entered into force, in fact, announced that by the end of this year, the Commission will publish a report on the condition for the extensions of this approach, this taxonomic approach to social objectives. And a working group has been created in the EU platform on sustainable finance that is addressing the pending issues from a technical perspective, and an interim report has been published in July 2021. So very important is the idea that what is being built in Europe at this moment is not only relevant for Europe. In fact, it has been conceived from the very beginning as a building block of a broader cooperation, discussion, debate, but organized debate at international level in the context of a platform that the European Commission launched in October 2018, the so-called International Platform on Sustainable Finance, which sees in the meantime 17 members from multiple parts of the world, including Asia. And this is a very important element because a report and a first attempt at the common ground taxonomy should be published in the next months before the end of the year by the working group on taxonomy that co-chaired by the European Commission and People's Bank of China in representation of China, has attempted indeed to give, how could I say, concrete voice to the desire to foster cross-border sustainable investment flows between the two continents. Let's move now to the drivers. From my direct capital market experience of this market, in order to highlight that this is not just a top-down intervention from the side of official authorities. It is, in fact, the intervention of official authorities has been, in fact, the natural evolution of a preceding evolution on the capital market side that has unleashed market forces that needed to be put in the condition to operate more efficiently going forward. So first of all, let me clarify why we did the first green bond. EIB has been an active promoter of the Capital Markets Union, with especially via its issuance in common currencies since the beginning of the 70s. And it is in this context that the first green bond, in fact, took place. In 2005, the European Commission, in the financial services, in the white paper on financial services for the following 10 years, urged issuers like ourselves to deliver to the men in the street concrete advantages from the process of European integration. And the Prospectus Directive of 2005, in fact, had introduced a mechanism that permitted issuers to access the domestic markets, multiple domestic markets in the Union with a simplified procedure vis-à-vis the past. The first green bond was also the first bond to be offered to retail investors in form of public offerings in all countries of the European Union by making use of this passporting mechanism. And in fact, the minimum denomination of that bond was 100 euros. So, of course, this initiative took place at a topical moment in the context of the policy of the fight against climate change, because in March 2007, Europe declared officially in Berlin that the fight against climate change and environmental protection are pillars of European integration, and launched the Energy and Climate Change Package, so-called Energy Action Plan, that clarified important objectives in terms of GHG emission reductions and the role of renewable energy and energy efficiency in this context. The EIB was asked as the Bank of the European Union to scale up its financings to these areas, and we thought that it would be interesting to establish an interface between markets and these policy areas. The first objection that came from our management committee was, well, the bank is going to finance these projects anyway, so where is the added value? Is this not greenwashing? This is the reason, by the way, why we call the bonds climate awareness bonds and not green bonds, as we had originally thought. The only way to give substance to the bonds was, in fact, to make of these bonds an instrument of clarity with regard not only to the signatures, so the envelopes of monies that a multilateral development bank like the European Investment Bank signs, approves and signs every year, but also to enhance the accountability with regard to the actual disbursement of the funds, the actual deployment of the funds into the economy. And in the area of renewable energy and energy efficiency, for example, this the actual deployment of a loan can take up to 5 years. So this is what we clarified. And this became the core motivation for the bonds, which of course required a precise definition of the types of projects to be included in the category to be monitored in order to ensure coherence and consistency over time. It was a very fruitful idea because it was concentrated, of course, on the quantitative dimension of the disbursement of funds based on criteria established by the EIB, but at the same time it introduced the notion that it is possible to report on actual disbursements. It is possible also to report on them not only by reference to a sectorial classification, but also to a classification in terms of their contributions to policy objectives. What followed is the development that we all know, which at the beginning was not an easy development, because the first green bond, in fact, in 2007, was preceded the financial crisis that, of course, directed the attention of everybody to different areas of policy. And it is only in 2013, thanks to a US dollar bond of ISC, in fact, that the market was rekindled with the idea that larger volumes of issuance should be brought regularly to the market in order to permit a more professional investment in them. We were able, in fact, to respond to this call, because in the meantime, the volumes of lending of the bank in the area, for example, of renewable energy had increased massively from 800 million target in 2007 to 6.5 billion in 2013. Once again, however, we tried and combined capital markets objectives with policy objectives, and the first bond or green bond of this new generation for us was also the first bond to be issued in dematerialized format through LUX CST, the entry point to T2S securities, a platform that the European Central Bank was building, and was paid in central bank money, all aspects relevant for our back office. But when this bond, in fact, at the beginning of of the following year of 2014, trespassed the 2 billion mark, it was clear that this call from the market was there to stay. And at the same time, it was necessary, in fact, to establish organically a set of rules shared by market participants to develop this market in a sustainable manner. And all of a sudden, you had, in the context of the Green Bond Principles, not only issuers and intermediaries, but also investors around the table who are asking for impact information on the projects that would receive the funds from this type of bonds. So this is the triggering factor of a second phase in which not only issuers, but also indeed investors and ultimately policy start to play a role. And this, together with the growth of the market, is what eventually put these bonds on the spot in September of that year of public policy actors like the MDBs, but also indeed the UN Secretary General at the Climate Summit in New York. What immediately followed was an update of the Energy Action Plan that enabled the European Commission to sign up to operate in the context of the COP21 in Paris. And this, of course, turned also for the EIB the issuance of green bonds into an autonomous strategic goal on the EIB's corporate operational plan that was not only anymore an element of a funding policy, but was indeed established as a goal also for the bank in the context of its lending activities. This explains also the relevance for a detailed due diligence that we conducted in the course of 2014, and that enabled the bank, in fact, to project itself forward by aligning its practice with the Green Bond Principles, by discussing with other MDBs the necessity of a coordinated, let's say, harmonized approach to Green Bond impact reporting, and also to the publication of the first report of this kind. First with the support of only 3 MDBs and then with 11 MDBs. This was very important because in the meantime, the Green Bond Principles had become a forum for a much broader number of market stakeholders, and the subject of the necessity of a standard neutral taxonomy that would enable the coexistence of multiple standards emerged preponderantly from this kind of discussions. I would like to highlight one thing. The questions that eventually were addressed were indeed the questions of definitions and indicators, because our due diligence had shown that even institutions that are very similar to each other co-finance projects, but report in a completely different manner on the expected impact from these projects. So it was really necessary to, first of all, align the reporting practices, but also to tackle eventually the core issue of definition and classification. So let me explain briefly, on the basis of our bonds, what this all produced in terms of infrastructure that indeed sheds light on the economic activities to which the proceeds of the bonds are allocated. Our bonds are allocated only to new eligible disbursements that take place after bond issue date. And this is the reason for this I explained already in the previous slide, without refinancing of already outstanding disbursements. Loan eligibilities are based on expected impact, are decided upon the board approval and the signature of the loans, but also are constantly reviewed upon disbursements in order to take care of new information. If a project develops in a different manner from what originally expected, the eligibility percentages can be changed in the systems and allocation modified accordingly. And this, of course, applies also when one comes to the use of different criteria, like it is currently the case in Europe. Double counting is excluded. We do not need an inflation of figures. It is important that a project is only assigned primarily to one policy objective. Of course, there can be a description of the project also in different areas, but it is also important to clarify where that project is contributing most. In terms of management, of the allocations, we have automated the allocations in order to avoid any kind of conflict of interest, and everything takes place on a first in, first out rule, which permits us to report to investors how the proceeds of each individual tranche that we issue in the market is effectively allocated to which projects. The allocations are also frozen and booked twice a year in a separate portfolio, which allows in fact, them to be audited. And this is the very important element that I would like to highlight, because we publish every year allocation and impact reports on this basis, and these figures are audited with and assured with reasonable assurance by an external auditor with a high degree of reliability than the limited assurance to which sustainability reports are usually approached. All this makes the approach of the issuer to what it is doing in terms of contributing to sustainability extremely serious. And this also highlights what the main drivers of market forces is like in terms of bringing things forward. When you make yourself transparent in terms of disbursements and impact, you seek as a market participant for comparability, because of course, if you do certain things well, you do want to be to show this to your market interlocutors, and you want to be sure that there is no misperception because people calculate, for example, certain indicators in the same or in less conservative ways. The reliability is an extremely important component, and also an important component because of the standardization that goes along, and this aligns, of course, with the core idea that are now being brought forward by the taxonomy regulation in Europe and the related discussion internationally. So in 2016, it was really a flex point, because you have all of a sudden the alignment between three different narratives: the narrative of the global accord on climate that focused to the necessity of transparency, accountability, and compliance, this kind of shared market narrative with regard to the necessity of more comparability and interoperability, and of course the interest of individual issuers to promote the sustainable growth of the green bond market, especially if you are an MDB that has a policy interest in this. So what is the policy relevance then? In concomitance with the announcement of the European Commission in September 2016, the Green Finance Study Group of the G20, chaired at the time by Dr. Ma and Michael Sharon of the Bank of England, Dr. Ma, Chief Economist of People's Bank of China, in fact highlighted the lack of clarity is a hindrance for investments, highlighted also that it is not realistic to think of a one-size-fits-all approach in the near term, but also indicated a way forward. It is possible to move in that direction by establishing a common language. And what is that common language? It means, one, that you focus on the core aspects of sustainability, and two, that you agree on internationally comparable indicators that everybody can use to establish and compare preferences in a transparent and accountable way. These are principles that have been retained by the taxonomy regulation. If you look at Article 19, these are exactly the features of technical screening criteria as wished by the taxonomy regulation. Identify the most relevant potential contribution to the given objective, be easy to use, be easy to verify. This is the yardstick that we have used on our side to develop our program in that direction. And this illustrates also to you why the EIB was involved in all of these discussions from the very beginning as a technical advisor and observer, and also a full member of the technical expert group on sustainable finance. But there is one aspect that I would like to highlight. From the very beginning, all of these ideas have been taken forward on the one hand with both the capital market and the project evaluation expertise of the bank, but also with a very concrete idea that the only way to take things forward is to establish a bridge with other let's say, important actors at international level. And we did this, in fact, by comparing our way of classifying the activities that we lend with the China catalog that the People's Bank of China issued at the end of 2015. In fact, the first taxonomy for green bonds that I am aware of, apart from the green bond principles, which had produced important results at the market level, because in 1 year, thanks to that standardization, the market had come to count the Chinese market to represent 40% of the total issuance of green bonds in that year. By putting together the energies of the European Union, of the MDBs, and of China, it would be possible, in fact, to develop a proper discussion at international level. I'm conscious of time, so I will not go more into this detail, but I would like to clarify a few points before I conclude. So, the idea, as mentioned, is to develop a common classification that operates horizontally across jurisdictions. This is the only way to grant fair competition and an efficient work of the markets at the service of sustainability. The other idea is, however, that you have to apply uniformly given the externalized classification set also along the investment chain, because this is the only way, by determining an effective criterion of choice towards which efficient markets could tend. And this is exactly embedded in the first article of the taxonomy regulation, that says that what counts is not the financial product you use, but indeed the sustainability of the economic activities that you finance. This is what ties up finance and the real economy in a very close-knit manner, and also suggests that if an investor is asked from official authorities to report on the sustainability content of its investment portfolio, there will be a cascading effect onto the intermediaries, for example, that like ourselves, lend the money that is then ultimately invested in the economy and then become responsible for the sources of information that is required for this purpose. So, what has the bank done? The bank, as mentioned, has established the following objectives. One, it intends to increase to at least 50% the share of green finance on the total of its finance yearly new loans by 2025. We're discussing signatures here. It has already stated that it is going to align the tracking methodology of green finance with the framework defined by the EU taxonomy regulation. And this has an immediate impact also on our issuance of user proceeds sustainability, green and sustainability bonds that were originally focused indeed on renewable energy and energy efficiency, but now under the aegis of the taxonomy can be extended to cover larger portions of the EIB's balance sheet. And of course, the natural consequence of this is that we intend to align with EU Green Bond standard. On the funding side, we have taken the responsibility that I was mentioning before on board. We have extended the climate awareness bond with sustainability awareness bonds that cover the other areas of environmental and social sustainability pursued by the European Union. We have adopted already in September 2018 new documentation that makes explicit reference to alignment with evolving legislation on the on sustainable finance and specifically the taxonomy regulation. We have developed plans for CAP sub-product development in the context of, in this context, and we finalized them already in April last year. We have highlighted in our frameworks the course of action. We have illustrated since 2019 with all of our issuance the progress made by the debate on these subjects, and in July this year sustainability funding has been established as part of the Climate Bank Roadmap implementation plan as strategic business development area. So the business as mentioned is this one. We are in a position now to extend the coverage and therefore the transparency that we provide to investors with the reliability provided by the reasonable assurance of KPMG to broader and broader portions of the balance sheet of the bank. On the next slide, you see the current state of things in the two areas covered by climate and sustainability awareness bonds. And most importantly, this unleashes sustainability issuance. Last year, we were able to issue, my team was able to issue 10.5 billion of the climate and sustainability awareness bonds, more than twice the amount observed on average in the previous years. And this year, the share of this funding as of now is at 18%, so 3% more than the total share on the total funding program of the bank last year. So I will skip these other slides, but I would like to just highlight that we just published the 2020 CAP framework. We have introduced important novelties in this document that highlight the course of action. We have, for the first time, under the framework that I have described, published all the technical screening criteria for substantial contribution that we used last year. We have compared them with the tech criteria, and we are waiting for the taxonomy for climate to be finally adopted and finally enter into force so that we can again compare those criteria with the criteria that we have used in order to gradually correct the precision of our alignment. And we have asked, of course, the external auditors to confirm to investors the state of things in terms of this alignment. So the conclusion is that you don't need to wait for the entry into force of the taxonomy to take action. You can already start using, as an issuer and as an investor, in fact, the principles and the logic of the taxonomy regulation to discipline your strategic consideration of what is coming. And if you use the core principles of the taxonomy regulation, you are in a position to already move in the right direction. This is what should be the objective of any body that should that intends to let's say approach this market in a serious manner for the purposes that we all share. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Aldo. That was a very informative presentation. Okay, if I could, just before we move on, if I could ask, we mentioned the survey, so if I could ask the technical support team to, I believe what you do is, if they could highlight the poll, the first question in the poll. Okay, I think I'm going to lead. I believe with the poll, what you do, what you can do is you, and hopefully technology won't let us down here. Okay, why the technical guy, why we, let's not delay ourselves with the poll. We'll just move on for now. And if the technical guy, if the technical team could raise the poll. Okay, it's working on people's phones, I understand. So if I could encourage everyone to use their phone to and be part of the poll, that would be great. Okay, so why that's happening, and we'll return to the results of the poll a little bit later. But next, I would like to introduce two new panelists following our presenters, and then each of them will provide a short presentation. Again, we are very fortunate to have such distinguished speakers. Firstly, if I could begin with Ms. Reiko Hayashi, Deputy President and Director of the Board of Bank of America Securities Japan. who oversees the firm's interaction with regulators, government departments, and she's also responsible for driving the firm's ESG client initiatives. Reiko has been with the firm since 2000 and has held a number of senior positions within the investment bank, including head of Japan Global Capital Markets. And in 2015, Reiko was featured in Finance Asia's list of most influential women in finance, and has served as a member of governmental working groups such as the Expert Panel on Sustainable Finance. She's also a member of the Council for Promoting the SDG goals of the Japanese Security Dealers Association, as well as a board member of the International Capital Markets Association. Reiko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Patrick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me get started. So thank you very much for having me today in the session 5 at 5th Southeast Asia Multi-Stakeholder Forum. As Patrick kindly introduced, my name is Reiko Hayashi, Deputy President of BOBA Securities, which is a securities subsidiary of Bank of America. Please let me make a brief introduction of myself and Bank of America. As Patrick mentioned, I have been in the capital market business for more than 30 years. And then in the past 7 years, I have been also involved in ESG space. As part of that, I'm a member of various organizations such as JSDA, SDGs promotion, and then also FSA Financial Service Agency's expert panel on sustainable finance. Also, I'm working for ICMA, as you may know, which sets voluntary rules of ESG bond principles, such as green bond principles, social bond principles, and so on. Why I'm doing this? This is because I resonate with Bank of America strategy, which is called as responsible growth. Bank of America has been exactly doing the same theme of this session, that is sustainable finance recovery and innovative finance for the 2030 agenda. I'm very proud of working for Bank of America, which has been committed to sustainable finance for more than a decade. Top of the House been leading this initiative, including commitment to achieve net zero by 2050. And in order to get the SDGs goal achieved, we are looking at $1 trillion of financing for environmental efforts and $0.5 trillion for other sustainable efforts in the coming 10 years. Let me share one slide, only one slide. Wait a minute. Okay, here you go. For your reference, our CEO, Brian Moynihan, talked during the recent UN General Assembly last week about the work Bank of America are doing to address the SDGs. As you see, Brian mentioned that we will not get the SDGs implemented unless the private sector uses all their innovation, capital, and energy to make it happen. I have seen our management commitment for the last decade in various occasions, in public speech, our intranet, town halls, management meetings, and so on. Therefore, our employees, including myself, understand the importance of sustainable initiatives and then believe that this strategy brings us growth and business opportunities as well. Right. Okay, let me come back to I hope that I can shut down the screen now, but otherwise I'll continue like this. Okay. I was very much impressed what Bank of America done. And for example, Bank of America issued COVID-19 bond in April 2020 and the Equality Progress Bond in September 2020 to tackle with inequality, which became more apparent under the COVID-19 situation. As said, Bank of America have been addressing issues and providing capital to them as a financial company. Finally, I'd like to touch upon a recent Republic Indonesia's inaugural SDGs bond, RELET. The deal was one of 3 tranches in US dollar and euro simultaneously. This SDGs tranche serves as an important step forward for ROI's commitment to achieving the SDGs and major advance for development finance. It was well received by the global investor base with over 70 accounts across both traditional and ESG-focused portfolios across the globe. This was a debut SDGs euro-denominated issuance by an Asian sovereign. I might have spoken too much about Bank of America. With that, I'm delighted and I'm looking forward to having discussion with other distinguished panelists today. Back to you, Patrick. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reiko. And I look forward to discussing more with you in a couple of minutes. Next, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Patricia Mongkon Vanit, the Director General of the Public Debt Management Office in the Thailand Ministry of Finance. As Director General of the Public Debt Management Office, Patricia is responsible for overseeing the public debt management strategy and administration to raise funds for the government, and has a critical role in developing the domestic bond market. With her support, the Public Debt Management Office successfully launched the first sovereign sustainability bond in ASEAN, as we heard about earlier, to support green infrastructure projects and for programs for the economy and society affected by COVID-19. And as we heard earlier, in April 2021, the bond was listed on the Luxembourg Green Stock Exchange. Thank you, Patricia. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Okay, can you see my presentation here?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to join this panel on sustainable financing. When I was appointed Director General of the PDMO 2 years ago, the issuance of the sustainability bond was top of my to-do list. I'm very pleased that our first sustainability bond has been well received by the investors, and we will continue to build this on this, as we all know that addressing climate change and social issues is a long-term challenge. Issuing the sustainability bond helps reaffirming Thailand's effort in achieving the UN SDG goals by pursuing economic growth that is sustainable and environmental friendly. It is also a duty for us to do our part to help the international community to meet the Paris Agreement goals. It is a way to enhance transparency in terms of making sure that the funds raised can go into more green and social projects. Moreover, it is also important for us as a government to help raising awareness on these issues and encouraging more issuance from both state-owned enterprises and private sectors. The first thing we did was to engage all relevant stakeholders to establish the sustainable financing framework and to make sure that it complies strictly with international guidelines for transparency, including ICMA and ASEAN standards. The framework was then reviewed by Sustainalytics, and they have confirmed that all aspects of the frameworks, including the use of proceeds, both social and greens, management of proceeds, and reportings are all in line with the international standards. When we were selecting project categories, we kept it quite broad to cover all relevant sectors. The green projects aim to reduce CO2 emissions, including transportation and renewable energies. Thailand also suffered greatly from floods and droughts, with many of the population working on the agriculture sector. So we also have water management projects in the framework. We definitely cannot leave out natural land and marine resources conservations, as Thai economy is highly dependent on tourism, especially in the coastal areas. For the social projects, We focus on projects that will help promoting equality of opportunities and access to basic needs, including employment generations, healthcare, and food securities. The framework also covers COVID-19 related financing, including relief packages and healthcare. In order to engage all stakeholders, especially those that have expertise in the project selections, we set up a multi-agency committee to oversee project selection to make sure that it is in line with the framework. The committee will track the proceeds to make sure that it goes to the right projects. And the report, which includes the allocation of proceeds, disbursement results, project implementation, and benefits, is published at least once a year. Let me now turn on to the issue of bonds, the issuance of the bond. In August 2020, we successfully issued Thailand's inaugural sustainability bond, the first of its kind in ASEAN. The approximately $1 billion 15-year benchmark sustainability bond generated strong interest from both onshore and offshore investors. One of the main concerns of ESG bond is the low liquidity issues. So we tried to address this by allocating our 15-year benchmark tenor to sustainability bond. This means that we must build up the size to ensure sufficient liquidity. The outstanding amount is now over $3 billion and had been included in the major bond indexes. The proceeds from the issuance has been used to finance the electric MRT mass transit and the COVID-19 relief packages. Looking forward, we have already announced that we will continue to issue sustainability bond with a regular auction every quarter of the next fiscal years. Following our issuance, the bond has been certified by the Climate Bonds Initiative, and 5 more awards have been granted to us. Awards, of course, are nice to receive, but more importantly, it helps raising awareness, which has been one of our goals in issuing these bonds. Moreover, we have listed our sustainability bond on Luxembourg Green Exchange, as you have heard, to further engage with the international community. Strengthening cooperation is critical to ensure that more ESG bonds are issued and therefore more funding is made available to address climate changes and social issues. That's all for me. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you very much. And if I could now ask all our panelists and presenters if they could join me for the next part of the session, our panel discussion. And while we're just getting a little bit organized on that, I think the technical team is going to send out the next 2 questions as part of the survey, and then we can sort of look at the answers or the results of the survey later on. Okay, so just checking that all our panelists are ready and happy to take questions. Paul, Aldo, Reiko, and Patricia. You guys are all there and ready to go? Excellent. Excellent. Great. Okay. If I could just start off, I thought the way we'd start is if I could start by asking a question to sort of each of you, a similar question essentially as to what do you think are the factors driving the market and what do you think are the challenges? Perhaps if I start off with Patricia and I'll just move around. Patricia.
Yes, as we all know that right now the world is moving towards the green and especially the green side. So I think the issuance of this type of bond will have a very strong demand in the future. But for us in Thailand, what we face is the challenges of selecting the projects. This is our big challenges, and also the other one is to monitor the use of proceeds. which we have to monitor quite closely and make sure that the implementing agency are using the money the way it is listed and in accordance to the framework. So that would be my point.
Thank you, Patricia. Reiko, just as a starting question, what do you think are the factors driving the market, and what do you think are the biggest challenges for the market?
Okay, what is driving the market? Everybody knows that there are something wrong, and then we can't ignore climate change, and then we have to do something for our generation and the future generation, and then also issuers are happy to use money for their transition, especially in Asia or Southeast Asia, because Asian countries are heavily reliant on energy, fossil fuel energy. So in order to change or transform our business or country situation, we need finance using ESG themed bond markets. And challenges are not only for Asian issuers, but also everybody. As everybody discussed, that things are getting more rigid, it's very important, but sometimes issuer might feel more tougher to tap the market to compliant with the rules or requirements. Having said that, investors are also becoming increasingly focused on the quality of ESG bond, as discussed already. So in the end, the further regime or rules or regulations, whatever we call it, this will ultimately raise the bar for ESG standard across bond issuers, and in the end will be positive for the industry. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Reiko. Okay, moving to Aldo. What would be your response for what do you think is really driving this market, and what do you think are the biggest challenges? Aldo, are you with us?
You are on mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. So I have already addressed this subject in the presentation, so I will only add one word highlighting two features of what we are witnessing. One is the pragmatism that the involvement of markets has brought into discussions that thus far were just, the monopoly of technical experts. And it is really a kind of Occam's razor that is simplifying, that is addressing core aspects so that markets can operate with them. The second element is that this development has permitted de facto a codification of the rules of the game, with indeed China, Europe taking it to the next step, which is the establishment of a regulatory framework that is to be seen as an enabling framework, so that market forces can operate more efficiently. So these are, to me, the two motors of development, in addition, of course, to the great quest for sustainability in finance and the real economy.
Thank you, Aldo. Paul, so what would you sort of name as the factors and challenges within the market?
If I may add to all what have been said by the other panelists, I would say that we are living in a kind of momentum, awakening, momentum everywhere in the world about the importance of sustainability. There is a big question, there's a big demand actually from all levels of generations, I would say, about the impact and about where we are heading. So we live in this, and there is this kind of a big momentum in which we live that drives, that push actually all of this thinking. That this had led to a kind of changing in the mindset, I would say, of not only issuers, but also investors, regulators, all stakeholders in the financial market and beyond the financial market. If we add to those two factors the role of the regulators would play in all of this, because as we know, we can talk about how this is good and important, but at the end, if we don't have any regulations that would push actually towards the implementation of all of this in practice, we won't do that much. So regulations, or the regulatory framework to put things into practice, is very important, and it is one of the factors that pushed sustainable finance agenda, at least here in Europe, as we know, after the action plan of the European Commission and what came after taxonomy, the UGBS, and we're still working on this, as you know. So all of these can be factors that would, promote the sustainable finance. And in terms of challenges, I can definitely endorse what Patricia has said in terms of the implementation. When we issue the green social security bonds, one of the biggest challenges is the reporting. It's not only in the ASEAN region, by the way, it's everywhere. Looking at the impact of those investments, how to track the impact and how to present the impact in terms of metrics, in which sectors, at which level, into which depth. This is something that's still going on. The funny and the important thing in this field is that we're learning by doing, and everything is happening at the same time. So there is still a way to reach that place, but yeah, this is the big challenge in my opinion.
Thank you. Okay, so I might start another question for you, Paul. Is there a particular issuer profile that investors are looking for in this space, in terms of whether that's around a particular, I guess generally around country or sector, or however you'd like to answer?
I see. Yeah. Well, if we put aside all the, let's say, the financial factors that would, attract me to invest, me as an investor, to invest with a certain issuer, I mean, the credit factors, the rating, the name of the company, etc. We need to add on the top of this all the sustainability factors that would attract me as an ESG investors to invest, let's say, my money with specific issuers. I would say that investors in green, sustainability, SDG, and other sustainable bonds are looking to invest in credible instruments issued by credible investors. So as an issuer with a credible ESG profile is one, in my opinion, that walks the walks and not only just talks the talks. And what do I mean by this is by having an ESG strategy, having a sustainability strategy in place is a big signal about where this issuer is heading. Aligning the issuance with the best practices in the market is another signal that this issuer is a credible issuer, and that the issuance doesn't hide any risk of greenwashing. I believe if I was an investor, I would be looking at those two factors in order to better allocate my investments in the right place.
Thank you, Paul. Patricia, given I might move to you, given the experience with Thailand's bond, do those issues ring true for you in terms of, you mentioned the difficulty of reporting on the proceeds and having systems in place. Were there critical lessons that you learned to ensure that you could address those for investors?
The project, right? The project we selected right now the project we selected is quite we have quite good monitoring system, because so currently we still do not face any challenges on that. Part of the proceeds were used for the refinancing for the MRT Orange Line, which are still under construction. So right now we cannot give any reporting on that, but we can only give the progress of how the construction is going. So that side of the benefits of the proceeds is not being indexed right now. But the other part was used as a scheme to pay out for when the COVID hit Thailand, and that was a giveaway. So that reporting, we can do the reporting on the head counts of the persons receiving the cash money, cash out. But to further monitor or reporting how the money is being used or generated to the economy, that was a bit too in-depth that we could not really do the report on that. So that would be a perspective that we have that challenges.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll turn now to Aldo. Aldo, do you have a view on what lessons you think that ASEAN can learn from the European experience? And I guess I'm trying to sort of delve into that element of, as a regional grouping, looking at these issues.
No, absolutely. Maybe this is also links to the question that you put forward before, because an efficient market that has been able to or is able to rely on reference to a reference framework of rules of the game, basically synthesizes the best optimal, how could I say, solution of tangency between many different constituencies and many different interests. This is the experience that we have developed. So then, in fact, the market becomes expression of a choral process of gradual improvement of the really important things. And I believe that indeed an event like today's, for example, is important in establishing this kind of awareness of the necessity of a joint discussion, but that eventually needs to turn into the distillation of what can be accepted by all sides as, I could say, a Nubicon system, a core reference for action. So this reflects, in fact, the approach that was suggested by the G20 Green Finance Synthesis Report in September 2016. I think this is the most important lesson and the most important, let's say, objective to strive for.
Thank you. Thank you, Aldo. Reiko, do you perceive that international investors see Southeast Asia as within the green bond space? Do they have a particular, in your experience, do you see that there is a particular appetite amongst international investors for green bonds from the region, or is it more portfolio driven? And they're more interested in other markets? I was just sort of interested in your experience.
As far as I feel that international investors' appetite for green or ESG bond in this region has been very robust, and then because investors want to diversify their portfolio. But on the other hand, everybody discussed that credibility or clarity is very important. So as far as investors can understand what Asian investors are issuing or using the proceeds for green investment, then investors are very happy to put money in Southeast Asian countries or corporates. That's my view. And then this will continue further.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Reiko. Okay, I'm being I think in terms of time, being asked to sort of wrap up our discussion. I might quickly just, if we can have a look at the survey results to see. I'm hoping this works. Does this? No. Okay. We'll come back to that. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay. I understand we may. Sorry, I'm just working with the team behind. Just checking if there are any other questions from the floor. or if there are any other comments to be made from the floor. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I understand we don't have any other comments or questions from the floor. Given that, let me just ask, I'd like to just go around our panelists and just ask if each of you have any anything that you would find, as a final comment you would like to add. How about I'll start with Patricia.
I would like to see more of the product, these kind of products in this region and in the global arena. I must say that the issuance of the Kingdom of Thailand, the sustainability bond, definitely push the issuance within the domestic market. We have seen that the domestic corporate has we have seen a leapfrog numbers, and with the last quarter of this year, I received a report that there will be a numbers of corporate issuing sustainability and green bond, which is very good. So that's what I would like to see to make sure that the world is better for our younger generations, and to make sure that the money that we get can go to these projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Reiko, would you like to add? Would you like to have a final comment?
Thank you. I like to echo comments from Patricia, but also, as I said, that Asian countries need to transform or transition to more renewable energy space. And then for that, we need to increase the issuance of so-called transition finance bond. And then, of course, explaining the tragedy to carbon neutrality with accountable explanation or evidence. But this area, I like to enhance more in this region. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reiko. Aldo.
I have two remarks, essentially. The first one is that less is more in this context. So green bonds put on the table the concrete results of ESG strategies. You do not need to have 1,000 indicators to really focus on the substance and the essence of things. So what we are, for example, also trying to do in our impact reports now is to clearly distinguish between the conditions for eligibility that should be reported, and all the other indicators can be used to add to the description of the project. But what counts is to determine what can be accepted by all those famous internationally comparable indicators that the G20 recommended. So this should be the first priority: deliver something of core substance, what can be achieved. This is the most important challenge and opportunity in my view.
Thank you very much, Aldo. Okay, Paul, I'll let you have the...
Yes, I do have so many points maybe to address. Thank you for the opportunity again. Well, just maybe to bound on one of the questions about the appetite for issuances coming from the ASEAN country. Well, we all know that there is a worldwide demand for sustainable instruments, and the demand exceeds the supply. And this is something that is translated by almost, I would say, all issuances being oversubscribed. And this is the case was with the Thai issuance and also with another issuance coming from Indonesia. Indonesia has a Star Energy Green Bond, which reflects again the appetite and the lack of supply in the market, not only in ASEAN market, but also worldwide. So that was just to add a little bit to the previous question. In my opinion, there is a big role again for governments to play. Thailand led by the example that would give a big signal to international markets about sustainable finance issuances coming from the ASEAN region. partnering with the international financial institutions and building on their own, knowledge and capacities, having, or exploring the de-risking mechanisms that such partnerships can add to the issuances of coming from the emerging countries is something that also should be looked at. Knowledge is number one. Building the capacity of those markets should be also one of the main priorities of local authorities, but also for international financial institutions being the leaders and the pioneers in this market. And this is what we try to do at the Luxembourg Stock Exchange. So this is my opinion in this.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you. I understand we've got one speaker from our audience who would like to speak. Tala, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'm coming from the Asia Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism, or APRSEM. So if I could just deliver a short intervention on behalf of our CSO platform, it would be great. So is that possible for this session?
Yes, I believe yes.
Yes, okay, so it will be a quick one. So just to respond to what our speakers and panelists have been mentioning or saying in this session. So as we have all been discussing, Southeast Asia as a region has been heavily impacted by the pandemic, with high figures of infection, decline in economic growth, and reversal of progress towards sustainable development, while also remaining vulnerable to the threats of the climate emergency. And in facing the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic and lingering climate emergency and challenges to sustainable development, countries in the region have mobilized both public and private finance to address these issues. However, the current aid architecture and financing systems have proven to bring more negative impacts than positive ones, which have profound effects on the region's people and environment. Green and sustainable bonds are utilized by the private sector as convincing facades to seemingly finance climate and development projects in the region and beyond, while in reality we see that these bonds are actually fostering corporate-led development, implementing false solutions, and negatively impacting people's rights and development. Under the guise of development and climate finance, green, social, and sustainability bonds serve as repackaged loans to national governments and private corporations, offering no additional financing and promoting debt burden to developing countries in Southeast Asia. Bonds on top of existing loans will incur massive amounts of debt, especially for developing countries who already bear the burden of facing compounding development challenges. Instead of investing into the provision of much needed social services to the people, these will be utilized to pay off these debts. In the region, these bonds pave the way for the entry of more profit-driven projects by international or development finance institutions, as these entities play the role of issuer or guarantor. These IFIs have a long track record of promoting corporate-led development, harming peace and security, violating human rights, and destroying the environment. Furthermore, as bonds remain reliant on the private sector to be used, climate finance remains out of reach for many countries and development actors. Green and sustainability bonds.
Sorry, I'm making to wrap it up. So, but thank you very much for your comments, and I think it's really, we appreciate and the comments from the floor. But I'm being asked to wrap it up. So thank you so much, and thank you. If everyone could thank all our speakers, our presenters, and our panelists for today's discussion. Obviously, there's a lot of issues there's a lot of work to be done, and these issues really have to be worked on, but it's great to see we have so in the spirit of collaboration and information sharing, it's been a great session, and I'd like to personally really thank our panelists for their contribution and their time. It's been very, very informative, and I really appreciate it, and I'm sure everyone does. I'll now pass it back to Paroni for some final observations.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. I think we had a very lively discussion between the panelists, and I think the key takeaway from this session is that indeed the market for such instruments, financial instruments, is still evolving and diversifying, particularly in Southeast Asia. And I think this is very good for those who are still developing their own markets. We can see that from the key remarks that there is interest from countries such as Cambodia, but however, capacity, resources, and so on need to be forthcoming. But at the same time, we also have countries like Thailand who are well experienced in this area that can lend lessons learned to such countries in Southeast Asia. And of course, when we talk about experience as a whole, we look to the EU, particularly countries like Luxembourg, where they can also provide the necessary guidance, the necessary experience as to how countries in Southeast Asia. Of course, the mentioning of partnering or networking with key financial institutions such as the BOA will also provide knowledge support and also guidance in terms of how to navigate in with respect to issuances, because again they are part of the big corporate international infrastructure, which may lend themselves in order to help structure such bond issuance. In terms of policy, I would see that, again, there needs to be much more dialogue within the Southeast Asia region, not only among officials, regulators, and so on, but also with the private sectors, also with the CSOs that we had this intervention. Again, this is for knowledge sharing, to have the same understanding of the goals to achieve the 2030 agenda, to ensure that SDG targets are achieved in a mutual manner. So this exchange of information, this understanding of the concept is very important to ensure that economic sustainability is achieved not only by one party, but all partners. So as we move on next year in terms of what ESCAP is trying to do with such policy dialogue, we look forward to all our partners here from Thailand, from BOA, from the Luxembourg, from Stock Exchange, as well as from the EIB, to see how we can mobilize much more awareness between stakeholders and partners in the region. So with that, I'd like to again thank all the panelists, Paul, Aldo, Reiko, and Patricia for their excellent presentations and intervention. We hope that this session is informative to all the delegation here, and see how we can further promote sustainable finance in the region. So with that, may I conclude this session for today, and I'd like to again thank everyone for their time, and have a good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.